Again. The HCC Board of Trustee meeting will begin at 4 p.m. this afternoon. You're watching HCC TV. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome, board. We're all present. The regular meeting will now come to order on June 18, 2025 at,
4:14 p.m.
thank you. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Dr. Cynthia Langton-Gary for the prayer, followed by the pledges. Dr. Langton-Gary.
Yes, please stand. Almighty Father, as we gather here today, we unite as one on behalf of Houston Community College. We unite to better serve the members of our community and our current students. Almighty Father, we know that this is a tough time in our country, but we stand firm on belief and faith that things are going to work out for the good of all of us. So with that being said, Lord, I'm going to just lift my hands in the air and say thank you in advance for the great things that you're going to do for our students and for our community here at Houston Community College. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty. Honor the Texas flag, pledge allegiance to thee.
Thank you.
We're now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance Committee, Committee of the Whole, External Relations Committee, Marketing Committee, and special meetings on May 7th, 2025, and regular meeting on May 21st, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the May 2025?
Second.
Second. Thank you. It has been moved in second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If not, then we're now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for May 2025.
I know, I don't think these,
Mouse doesn't work.
tried it, it's not. I think you need to put the,
No, it's a little connector. Need a key. You see this? It's the receiver. So it goes like. There you go.
So we're not using this then. Oh, there it is. All right, we got our,
Voting has
Yeah.
concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
thank you. We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions. Welcome, Todd.
Good afternoon. We now invite Mr. David Itz, Dr. Michael Webster, Miss Tracy. I'm on the wrong one. Let's try this again. It is a pleasure to recognize our Houston Community College Foundation today for the success of the 2025 Foundation Gala held on April 26. We'd like to invite HCC Foundation Board Chair David D. Itz, members of the HCC Foundation Board in attendance, including Gala Chair Vanessa Carter and Auction Chair Jennifer Waldner Grant, and HCC Foundation President Karen L. Schmidt to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for the check presentation. Yeah, thank you all for your dedication and support for the HCC Foundation. Our trustees and chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the next presentation. We'll provide an opportunity for remarks at the end of the recognitions. Now we invite David Itz, Dr. Michael Webster, Ms. Tracy Jonda, and Dr. Kathleen Anzavino to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for a check presentation regarding the Chancellor Challenge Match by Dr. Ford Fisher in support of the HCC baccalaureate programs. And once again, we express our sincere gratitude to each of you for your support of the foundation and our students. Thanks again, and we'll provide an opportunity for remarks after the next presentation. At this time, we pause to recognize the United Student Council officers for 2024 to 2025. We ask that that following would join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for their recognitions. Jonah Garcia, President. Astu Singh, Vice President. Daja Dodwell, Secretary. Stephanie Alucho, Treasurer. Judith Jose, Parliamentarian. And Beatrice Olasecabacan, Historian. If you all would come forward. Jonah's going to represent them all. Congratulations and many thanks to each of you for your dedication, leadership, and service to Houston Community College. Trustees and Chancellor, you may return to the dais. Thanks, Jonah. And now at this time, we welcome to the podium Karen Schmidt for comments on the check presentations.
Thank you, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I'm honored to have the opportunity as president of the HCC Foundation to celebrate and acknowledge the success of the 2025 HCC Foundation Gala, where dreams take flight. We saw our students' dreams take flight on Saturday, April 26th in the Hilton Americas Ballroom, thanks to the generous support of our donors and sponsors gathered for the occasion. We are deeply grateful for everyone who had a role in supporting this important fundraiser. I want to extend a heartfelt appreciation to the HCC Foundation staff for their support of the gala to ensure that all things run smoothly and our guests have a great experience. They are the heart of the foundation and are here in the room today. HCC Foundation staff, please stand and be recognized. I now would like to turn over the podium to Vanessa Carter, Chair of the HCC Foundation 2025 Gala, and Jennifer Waldner Grant, Auction Chair, who will share more about the exciting results of the gala evening.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. It is an honor and a privilege as the chair of the HCC Foundation 2025 Gala to stand before you today to celebrate the record of achievement of the 2025 HCC Foundation Gala. The 2025 HCC Foundation Gala was a memorable event which helped to raise much needed funds on behalf of HCC student success. I want to recognize my fellow board member, Jennifer Waldner Grant, for joining me at the podium and her role as auction chair for the gala. We were partners across the planning to bring our gala night to fruition. Jen did an outstanding job taking our gala auction to new levels of success. Having served as auction chair for last year's gala, I know firsthand how demanding this role can be, and I'm especially grateful for the time and effort she dedicated to making it a success. We hosted a sold-out evening in the Ballroom of the Americas where more than 600 community leaders, philanthropists, educators, and distinguished guests gathered to celebrate the transformative power of education. The event served as a platform to raise vital funds that will directly support scholarships, academic programs, and innovation at Houston Community College. The ballroom was stunning, and the student banners on each side of the stage kept the focus on donor impact for our students. HCC talents were on full display throughout the evening, with robots powered by HCC artificial intelligence students greeting our gala guests, and the HCC Central College Chorale serenading everyone during dinner. A highlight of the evening was the presentation of our 2025 Crystal Eagle Award. We were pleased to honor Texas State Representative Christina Morales for her civic and community leadership and her family's legacy of support for educational access in the Houston community and at the Houston Community College. Representative Morales formerly served on the Foundation Board and is an HCC Foundation Ambassador. I encourage everyone to visit the Gala Thank You page on the Foundation website at hccfoundation.org/2025 Gala to view the video honoring Representative Morales' achievements and links to the many wonderful images from the evening. I am overjoyed to share that we raised more than $700,000 on behalf of the areas of greatest need for HCC students. This is a tremendous result.
Vanessa, I wholeheartedly agree, and I want to share a few highlights from the evening. This year's silent and live auction did very well, raising over $106,000 to the auction, raffle, and paddle raise, surpassing last year's total. The live auction brought the usual excitement, including trips and dining packages, and a very special package offered by HCC alumnus and Hilton executive chef Rufy, who offered a private dinner for 10, while a Tempur-Pedic mattress donated by Jim McInbell helped draw interest for the paddle raise. We also had a first-time raffle featuring a $1,500 Visa gift card to boost donations. Also announced from the gala stage was the news of the David and Jean Wiley Foundation's $2 million in lifetime giving to the HCC Foundation for scholarships, marked by a $100,000 donation received the night of the gala. The Foundation Gala is our single largest fundraising event for raising unrestricted funds that provide the broadest benefit on behalf of HCC student success. We are so grateful for what our donors and friends helped us to accomplish for HCC students.
Thank you.
That's right, Jen. On behalf of the HCC Foundation Board, we want to express our special appreciation and gratitude to the HCC Trustees, HCC Chancellor, Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, and HCC leadership for your support of this important fundraiser on the Foundation's calendar. We had a sold-out ballroom with nearly 60 sponsor tables, surpassing our goal of 55 tables. I want to extend heartfelt gratitude to my fellow HCC board members who joined Jen and me in supporting the gala. At this time, I'd like to call upon my fellow board members to stand and please be recognized. Jen and I are so pleased to report on the success of the evening. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve as the HCC Foundation 2025 Gala Chair. In closing, Jen and I want to plant a seed for April 2027 when we will convene the next HCC Foundation Gala. We are already making plans for this important fundraiser on behalf of HCC student success. Stay tuned for details on how you can support. Now, I'd like to invite HCC Foundation Board Chair David Itz to come forward to share more on the Chancellor's Challenge match announced at the gala.
Thank you, Vanessa. Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, Chancellor Ford Fisher, it's indeed a pleasure for the HCC Foundation to share the success of the overall gala, as you just heard. A special highlight of the gala was a $20,000 challenge match by HCC Chancellor Margaret Ford Fisher to support HCC's new baccalaureate programs. The Chancellor generously matched dollar for dollar each $5,000 paddle raise up to $20,000, resulting in a total of $40,000 raised for the new scholarship fund.
Wow.
On behalf of current and future HCC baccalaureate programs. On behalf of the HCC Foundation Board, we are grateful to Chancellor Ford Fisher's leadership and generous support of the gala, including her challenge match to raise the bar and inspire other donors to join her and in support of this worthy cause. I want to also extend appreciation to Dr. Kathleen Ansavino, Vice President, Instruction and Student Services at HCC Northwest College, as well as my fellow Foundation Board member, Tracy Yonda, and I'll give credit to her husband, Ken Yonda, also. But Tracy and Ken and HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt, who joined me in raising our paddles to make a donation and ensure the challenge match was met. A capstone of this celebration moment was the group of graduating students from HCC's inaugural baccalaureate degrees in healthcare management and artificial intelligence and robotics, who were guests at the Chancellor's table the night of the gala, and in the audience to witness this exciting moment. We are so proud of these students, and Dr. Ford Fisher recognized their accomplishments from the stage. I can't think of a more fitting moment to highlight the important role of the Foundation Gala to raise funds for HCC student support and the incredible giving hearts of our donors, notably HCC Chancellor Dr. Ford Fisher and the Challenge Match donors who make this support possible. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, to you, to the HCC Foundation Board and staff, I feel such immense, deep gratitude for each and every one of you. A scholarship goes a long way to help a student and their family achieve their dreams. And you make that possible for so many. So I'm incredibly grateful for the work that you do, and your generosity of your time and effort is inspiring and motivational. So gracias, mil gracias a cada uno de ustedes. Thank you to each and every one of you for everything you do to support Houston Community College and our students, our future. Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you all for your support for the HCC Foundation and its board and support to our students. At this time, we'd like to pause in recognition of Juneteenth, which will be celebrated on tomorrow, June 19th. We are pleased to welcome to the podium Dr. Marjorie Brown, Associate Chair of the History Department, for the recognition.
So my name is Dr. Marjorie Brown, and I serve as a professor and an associate chair in the history department. It truly is an honor to be here today, and I want to thank you, the board, and Dr. Ford Fisher for recognizing the significance of Juneteenth. As we reflect on this important moment in our nation's history, I'm proud to share with you a video that was created to honor the legacy. The video was directed by my colleague, Dr. Melinda Mejia, and the script was collaboratively, effort between Dr. Mejia and myself. We hope that it serves as both a commemoration and a call to continue engaging with history in ways that deepen understanding and inspire action. Thank you again for your time and your commitment for celebrating Juneteenth.
The Civil War ended in 1865, and with it came the presumption that slavery had ended across the United States. However, in Texas, freedom was delayed. It wasn't until June 19, 1865, more than 2 months after the Confederate surrender, that Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston and issued General Order No. 3, finally enforcing the Emancipation Proclamation in Texas. This day, now celebrated as Juneteenth, marked the true beginning of freedom for enslaved people in the state. Opal Lee, affectionately known as the grandmother of Juneteenth, dedicated her life to ensuring that this important date received the national recognition it deserved. Through tireless activism, including a symbolic walk from Fort Worth to Washington, D.C., and a petition with over 1 million signatures, her efforts culminated in Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday in 2021. As Houstonians, we not only reflect on the past, but also celebrate those who have carried the ideals of freedom and equality far beyond Earth's boundaries. During our Juneteenth observance, and in alignment with HCC's convocation theme of going to the moon, today we honor the contributions of Black astronauts who have expanded the reach of African American excellence into outer space. Trailblazers include Guion Bluford, the first Black astronaut in space,
Bernard Harris, a Houstonian and the first African American to walk in space, Mae Jemison, the first Black woman in space, Victor Glover, a key figure in NASA's Artemis II mission, Jeanette Epps, poised to become the first Black woman on a long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. Other notable astronauts include Frederick Gregory, Leland Melvin, Charles Bowden Jr., and Stephanie Wilson, each of whom has advanced space exploration and inspired generations. Their achievements remind us that the spirit of Juneteenth is not only about remembering the past, but also about forging new paths forward, breaking barriers, and expanding the legacy of freedom. From emancipation to exploration, we recognize and celebrate the continued journey of African Americans from Galveston's shores to the stars above.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you. I too want to say thank you to the HCC Foundation and its board for the support of our students. And earlier today, we went to a celebration of Juneteenth and at Central Campus. So that was something with KHOU that did a documentary. And if you get a chance, please view it. It was really, really something great that we could all relate to. So thank you. And on tomorrow, there's different events going on, so please go out. We have the free day to go out and go visit and do something and to take advantage of the celebration. So take your families. So thank you. We'd also like to express congratulations to Dr. Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth, who will be honored on Saturday, June 21st, 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Beyond the Veil Community Awards Extravaganza at the Restoration City Life Center. So congratulations. And always making HCC proud, being out there. We open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their respective comments to no more than 2 minutes. Thank you. Anyone want to start first?
I'll start. I attended the signing of a partnership between Houston Community College and the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office, and it was really, I'm an emotional person like Eva, and it was really a touching event, and I just want to thank everyone who was involved, Dr. Fortune, your team, Dr. Webster, and most of all, the Chancellor, because it could not have happened had she not agreed upon it. And it was such a rewarding event, and the cadets there were so excited to know that the opportunity to come to Houston Community College, and when they walk across the stage as certified peace officers, they will have 24 credit hours that will go towards an associate's degree. I even received a phone call, and a lady who knows my husband, he gave her my number, and I asked him not to give people my number, but he did it anyway. And she called me, and she was so excited. She said, you know, I was in that room, and I felt so good because I'm like, dang, I can go back to school. I can go to HCC and further my education. And she said, I'm calling you because I want you to tell me how to do that. So it impacted, you know, individuals who were there who were not even pursuing a law enforcement career, which is a good thing. And Karen, I don't know where she is, Karen Smith, but we had the conversation, oh, there you are. Remember several years ago, we had the conversation about that partnership, and it happened, and that's what made me even more excited, because we talked about it, and to see it happen, it was so exciting for me. And in addition, I went to the State of Higher Education in Fort Bend, and I must tell you guys, Dr. Webster, as usual, represented us very well. He did an outstanding job representing Houston Community College, and he talked about so many great things that the students are doing in regards to artificial intelligence. So that was a wonderful event. And also, I will be honored on tomorrow at the Sugarland Marriott as an outstanding community leader in Fort Bend County and Missouri City. Congratulations. Thank you, but I couldn't do it without other people surrounding me and making contributions like you guys. So thank you guys.
Madam Chair, I always take this opportunity to just talk about just the great things that are happening across our system, and that not being possible without our staff, without our community, without our donors, without our foundation, without everyone who plays a role in ensuring that those who walk through our doors are successful when it's over and they leave us. So thank you. I was excited to attend the Southeast College President's Community Advisory Committee. It was pouring rain last week, and I was questioning at first whether or not we were going to have good attendance or not, but the entire room was filled. Everyone showed up through the thunder and made it. So congratulations to our president over at Southeast College. There she is. Where is she? Congratulations. It was a very successful meeting, great people at the table, an incredible opportunity to make sure that we are collaborating with our community leaders and ensuring that we are providing those who we serve with the courses that they need, with the opportunities that they need to be successful in the workforce as it looks today in terms of the landscape. So thank you to each and every one of you. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. I'm Juneteenth all day, every day. So if you all will indulge me in sharing my enthusiasm about the 160th occasion of Juneteenth, which will be commemorated by a slew of events taking place tomorrow. Antioch Missionary Baptist Church was founded by Reverend Jack Yates in the immediate aftermath of emancipation. And so Antioch is one of several churches that were founded by Reverend Yates. And so they will be hosting a commemorative event tomorrow at 11 a.m. that all are welcome to participate in. It's also being done in honor of the memory of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who, as we know, was instrumental, along with Senator John Cornyn, in promoting the bipartisan legislation that created Juneteenth as a federal holiday. In addition to that, the Emancipation Park Conservancy that guides Emancipation Park is the oldest park in the state of Texas. It was 12 acres purchased by freed slaves that still stands today. So they have a family fun day starting at, I believe it starts at 12 p.m. Will be going on till 7 p.m. tomorrow. I think until 4 you can have kids there, but after 4, buyer beware, caveat emptor, all of that. But it should be a fun occasion. I think they say Yolanda Adams might be performing. So if anyone is having second thoughts, might be some incentive there. And then Buffalo Soldiers Museum, our friendly neighbors, Dr. Herod, thank you and your team for working with them. They will have Juneteenth at 160 being celebrated, but it's not just tomorrow. They're starting tomorrow and celebrating all the way through Saturday. I think tomorrow there's an event at Texas Southern University's campus. I believe it's from 5 to 7 p.m. So certainly invite you all to join in that ceremony. And then to cap off this month, June 28th will be the Pride Parade here in Houston. So happy Pride Month to all. Thanks.
Thank you.
that was so uplifting today during the Juneteenth presentation by KHOU 11. This was their fourth installment of their research and presentation on Juneteenth. But there was a person in the audience, student Sandra Bell, who came up to the trustees looking for me, and I immediately thought I didn't do it, but yes, you did. And I did do it. She will be participating in the December 2025 commencement. She will receive 2 degrees from Houston Community College, and she is one of our 55 plus seniors. So I am so excited. This is absolutely amazing. And I know her daughter and her son-in-law. They're both Worthing graduates. And her son-in-law, when he was a kid, used to be at my house all the time with my nephews. But just to know that our senior program is working this well, that she will walk the stage in December with 2 degrees from Houston Community College. And I want to say congratulations to Jonah Garcia, our United Student Council president. Your speech at commencement was extraordinary. You told your story, you explained your journey, and it really touched my heart. And thank you for being an inspiration to current and future students. Thank you for telling your story about what others would have perceived to have been a disability, and you championed it. So I want to ask permission, and I have to do this on public record, to use that portion of the commencement, which was your speech, to post and hashtag and blast it on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, because it's not many people who would stand in front of that many people and tell their story with such strength and such honor and such wisdom. And so if you will give me permission, I will post that part of that enlightening speech, and I promise you I'll blast it across all social media. Thank you so much.
Great.
So, Madam Chair, I'll be remiss not to poke a jab at Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth. The closer I get to 55, the more problematic it is that you call that seniors. So, to the administration, since we're redefining things, if anyone could come up with a new definition,
that we take
got some time.
Recycle youth is what we are. I want to say thank you to my fellow board members, because there's always so many events to go to, and I try to go as many as I can, but when I can't, I reach out to them, and they're always graciously saying yes. You know, if they can possibly go, they go. And so you know how we HCC is so spread out, so it really helps me. So I just want to tell them thank you. Thank you for always being there and ready to represent HCC. So thank you. There are no meetings scheduled for the month of July. However, we will post any scheduled meetings on the website according to Open Meetings Act requirements. The following meetings are scheduled for August 2025. August the 6th is the committee meetings, time to be determined. August the 6th, Committee of the Whole meeting at 4 p.m. August the 20th, regular meeting at 4 p.m. And August the 22nd, a board retreat at 9 a.m. The meetings will be held at HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act's requirement. This concludes my report. We'll now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher in the Chancellor's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. I would like to begin the Chancellor's report by also congratulating the trustees, Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth and Trustee Linton Gary, for your recognition, so well deserved. And I would like to also thank the foundation for your leadership, your support, Ms. Schmidt, to Mr. Itz, and to all of the members of the board and to the staff for the work that you do in support of our students. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. I would like to indicate that as we look at the total enrollment comparison, summer 2024 versus summer 2025, and we can go to the slide there, I'm pleased to report that summer enrollment is currently up by 20.4%. Credit enrollment is currently up by 19.8%. Continuing education in quarter 3 is up by 29.4%, and enrollment in quarter 4 is up by 20.3%. These careers house our credentials of value. So the HCC total enrollment comparison as we look at the fall of 2024 versus the fall of 2025. The fall enrollment is now up by 17.5%, and most of this enrollment is in our credit careers, which are up by 17.6%. As we look at the next slide, the annual unduplicated enrollment at academic year 2024 versus academic year 2025. So as of June the 15th, when this data were captured, I am pleased to announce that our annual unduplicated enrollment has surpassed 90,000 students. HCC currently stands at 93,345 students. This is an increase of 7.7% over the comparative day last year. And this is the first time HCC has exceeded 90,000 students since 2020. I would like to thank all of the faculty, members, and staff for the great work that you do. Thank you so very, very much. So as we look at engagement, on June the 6th, a meeting was held at City Hall to discuss the resiliency workforce collaboration. This was led by Community College, Houston Community College. Dr. Webster was leading that charge. And the Resiliency Workforce Collaborative, of course, brings local organizations together to boost disaster preparedness and create career pathways, especially in underserved communities. So through targeted training, it's helping Houstonians build stronger futures. On June the 12th, Houston Community College's Northeast College held a ceremonial MOU signing, solidifying a partnership agreement with the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office, as was indicated by Trustee Linton Gary. This partnership represents a significant step forward in strengthening both the law enforcement education program and community trust. So through this collaboration, cadets at the Gus George Law Enforcement Academy will not only receive top-tier training through the basic peace officer course, but they will also earn college credit hours. Thank you so very, very much, Dr. Fortune, and members of your team as well with Dr. Webster. So that concludes my part of the report. I would like to, at this time, go to Mr. Garcia. Jonah Garcia, the 2024-2025 United Student Council President, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium to provide the USC report. And after that, I would like for you to, of course, ask your parents as well, your parent and other relatives, to please come to the front after your report. We would like to take a photo with you and your relatives. Please, your report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ford Fisher. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, and respected faculty and staff. My name is Jonah Garcia, and I serve as the President of the United Student Council. And I'm excited for this month and to share what my fellow officers and I have accomplished during the month. Today, I will be speaking on the following items, such as the Student Awards Banquet, the recognitions and acknowledgements, and farewell remarks. For the first order of business, on behalf of the United Student Council, my former SGA executive board members and I had the privilege of organizing and executing the 2025 Student Awards Banquet held on May the 9th at the HCC campus. This memorable evening honors some of our most exceptional students, recognizing achievements in academics, leadership, community service, and perseverance, and celebrating success and the strength of character behind it. We were honored to welcome Houston Councilman Joaquin Martinez as our keynote speaker. His powerful message on civic engagement, resilience, and the transformative value of education and deeply resonated with the audience and left a lasting impact on our students. I was truly honored to be named as the Student Leader of the Year, a recognition that reflects my ongoing commitment to students, advocacy, and community engagement. This award is not only a personal milestone for me, but also as a testament to the collaboration, encouragement, and support that I've received from my peers, mentors, and the HCC Southeast community. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve, and this recognition only strengthens my motivation to continue leading with purpose, integrity, and heart. For the second order of business, I would like to take a moment to recognize the incredible individuals and teams who have made a lasting impact this year at HCC. Their dedications, guidance, and support have been instrumental to my personal growth and the success of our student community, and I could have done it without their support. And I would like to recognize my United Student Council executive board members who unfortunately couldn't make it due to the unforeseen circumstances, but they're here in spirit with me. And I would like to recognize Astu Singh, Vice President, Deja Dawal, Secretary, Stephanie Alucho, the Treasurer, Judith Jose, the Parliamentarian, Beatrice Olashibikin, Historian, Jonah, and myself, Jonah Garcia, as the President, and Regina Wilson as our USC Advisor. For the next, I would like to recognize is the Southeast leadership. When I call your name, please stand up. Dr. Francis Villagran Glover, Southeast President. Dr. Alberto Urbina, the Vice President in Instruction and Student Services at Houston Community College Southeast. Dr. Martin Perez, Dean of Student Services. Alejandra Campos Guerrero, Associate Dean of Student Success. Ms. Diana Barrero Burgos, Director of PR. And Amanda Garza, Student Life Coordinator and SGA Advisor. Please stand up. And not last but not least, my SGA Executive Board members from 2024 to 2025, Guillermo Martinez. For the last order of business, for the final order of business, as USC President, I want to take a moment to reflect on this journey. Serving as the President of the United Student Council has genuinely been one of my life's most impactful and unforgettable experiences. It has pushed me outside of my comfort zone, challenged me in ways that I never expected, and helped me grow as a leader and become the best version of myself. This journey has been filled with growth, tough lessons, and incredible moments. But above all, it's been about community. The relationships built, the support shared, and the impact we made together are what I'll carry with me the most. When I started at HCC, I was honestly a bit lost, unsure of my direction and myself, and not really knowing what I was capable of. There were moments that I was close to giving up because I felt I didn't belong in college. But at the end of the day, I chose to keep going. Despite the challenges, that come with my learning disabilities, including autism and ADHD. I refuse to let define my limits, but instead I sought the resources and support system available to help me succeed. That decision changed everything, and it gave me the tools and the confidence and community, and led me to thrive with hope and resilience, with a great purpose. During my time at HCC, it has been a blessing to have the opportunity to serve 2 terms as president for SGA at Houston Community College Southeast and for the United Student Council. I had the privilege to advocate for my fellow students, not only for HCC, but also all across the state of Texas, when I had the opportunity to attend at the Capitol for Community College Day and the TJCSGA State Conference, and training other students to become the thriving leaders of tomorrow, and get my community involved in civic engagement, and meeting my Houston leaders such as Major John Whitmire, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, and Councilman Joaquin Martinez. One of the best highlighted moments was delivering my inspiring commencement speech in front of 5,000 graduates at graduation, and also graduating with the highest honors with a 3.6 GPA. Thank you. With the help of God, I was able to achieve, and I thank Him for always helping me throughout this journey. As I leave a big legacy, I want to thank everyone who supported me, my peers, mentors, faculty, staff, and administration, and the most important thing in my life, my family. Your encouragement and guidance and belief in me made all the difference. To the future student leaders and next USC board, embrace every challenge, lean into your community, and never underestimate the power of your voice. And keep soaring. Being the president of the United Student Council has been a great honor and has been an incredible challenge for me. This will conclude the United Student Council report for May. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, we thank you for your support and for inspiring us to be better leaders every day. Thank you. And I yield the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Garcia, would you mind coming to the front of the dais, please? You and your family, we're so delighted that you're here. Mr. Garcia, we are just honored with the fact that you are entrusting your future to us. You have done that. You have done such a magnificent job. And what you said is so inspiring as you made reference to hope and resiliency. That's so critically important. God bless you and thank you so very, very much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So very nice to meet you. So very nice to meet you. Yes, indeed.
Hola, felicidades.
Oh, you did such a good job. Muy orgullosa, ¿verdad? Claro que sí. Qué orgullo, felicidades.
Good. Wonderful. Isn't that marvelous? Thank you so much. Absolutely. Marvelous.
It was the honorary graduate, Dr. Vicky Cruz.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia, you and your family. Continued successes to you.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. And now we will hear from the Faculty Senate President for 2024-25, Dr. Nicole Boutte-Heinaloma. Please come forward and present your report, Dr. Heinaloma.
I was trying. Such a hard act to follow, but here I am. So good afternoon, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, trustees, esteemed colleagues, and other guests. I, too, would like to begin by sharing a story. As some of you may know, my mother was just 16 when she had me. In 1979, you can guess my age now, as a young African-American woman and a teen mom, the odds were not in her favor. But one of the keys that helped her get back on her feet was attending Houston Community College. HCC opened a door that helped change the trajectory of her life, and in many ways, mine too. From there, the rest is her story, but it now starts with Doctor. That story is similar to many of the stories of HCC students who come to us, certain that there is something more that is theirs, and it is one of the reasons I chose to join HCC as a full-time faculty member in 2014. I came here because I believed in the mission, and because I saw a strong living example of shared governance. It was that tradition and that commitment to collaboration and faculty voice that drew me in and what has kept me inspired to this day. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to serve as Faculty Senate President, and right now I ask that any current or former faculty senators please stand. I want to thank my fellow senators, both here and across our campuses, for your dedication, your courage, your consistent support, and continue to show up every day, even when those days are hard. I would also be remiss, and I truly want to recognize the former Faculty Senate presidents who may have in the audience, who have led with integrity and continue to serve as examples of leadership and action. Any former presidents? All right. Over the past year, we've made meaningful strides. We've expanded faculty engagement. We've strengthened communication channels across divisions. We've elevated faculty input and institutional decision-making. We've also leaned into the difficult conversations, all the while keeping our students and the mission at the center. We are HCC. Considering recent legislative developments, such as Senate Bill 37, I truly want us to take a moment to all reaffirm our unwavering belief in shared governance. It is more than just a policy here at HCC. It is a practice rooted in trust, respect, and the collective pursuit of excellence. As I've had conversations recently, I am truly excited and look forward to working with the administration as we come up with solutions for this issue, as well as moving forward with shared governance for years to come, as it has long been the HCC way. Finally, I want to express sincere appreciation to our administration for your openness to dialogue and your responsiveness to faculty concerns. That spirit of collaboration is critical to our continued success. So I want to thank you all for the opportunity that I've had to lead this year and to serve the college that has not just shaped my professional journey, but my personal one as well. I'll see you all in August.
Dr. Boutte-Heinaloma, this is your last presentation as Faculty Senate President for this year. Would you mind coming to the front of the dais, please? And we would like, of course, you to remember this day as one where when you look at the photo, you will know that we appreciate your service that you have given to this institution as well. Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Indeed. Great leadership. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, at this time, we will hear from Ms. Morgan Yett, the Staff Senate President. Please come to the podium to present the Staff Senate report, Ms. Yett.
Greetings, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Trustees. The Staff Senate is continuing to work on several initiatives, and I'll share just a few updates with you this evening. We are working hard for our Staff Senate Conference. We are preparing for that. It will be held on June 27th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the West Houston Institute, and we will have a keynote speaker. We will have breakout sessions, guest presenters, giveaways, and much more. And we are proud to report that our event is sold out. We anticipate over 300 staff members and leaders to join us on that day. Our theme this year is Beyond the Horizon. It will focus on professional growth, career advancement, and personal development. This is an opportunity for us to pour into our staff and share tools to equip them for success. We also are working on our newsletter. We have our first published newsletter for the Staff Senate. A special thanks to Senator Brian Miller and the IT and Communications Committee members for working on that. And we will also have our general body meeting coming up in July 25th, here at the district office. We want to thank the board and our leaders and the Chancellor for your continued support. And that is all for today. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much, Ms. Yett. So, as I understand it, this is not your last year in terms of service, is that right?
I'm just getting started.
You're just getting started, so your time will come. Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate you so much, Ms. Yett, and the work that you're doing to lead our staff. And so, pardon me?
No, I just said, who has the tissue? Where is the tissue?
And so at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Michael Webster, President of the Southwest College, to come to the podium to highlight our credentials of value. Please, Dr. Webster.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. It is my privilege to provide this month's student profile. Muskan Shahzad became one of 4 people in the nation to earn her bachelor's degree in artificial intelligence and robotics from a community college here at HCC. Her work at HCC is a testament to innovation, dedication, and persistence. More than that, though, she is a leader that has taken full advantage of her time at HCC. Every opportunity that's been given to her, she's made full use of. Now, last December, proud of her opportunity, last December, she boldly asked me if she could speak at graduation. And since I had no power to make that decision, I pushed it forward. I was so thankful to see that the request was realized some months later. And I think I speak for all of Southwest, and for that matter, HCC, when I say we're very proud of her. Here's her story.
I was actually pursuing a bachelor's degree in psychology, and when I was halfway through it, I realized that this might not be something that I wanted to pursue as a major, and I went on to HCC's website. They were offering this associate's degree in artificial intelligence, and it was really intriguing. Did my research on the topics, and I decided that I'll do my associate's in it, and then we'll see where to go from here. I've always told people that in psychology, I was learning about the minds of humans, and now as an AI student and graduate, I have learned about the minds of humans. That is the foundational model for the AI models that we're developing. The good thing was, as soon as I graduated with my associates, they offered the bachelor's program, and I was seamlessly able to transition into the bachelor's program. And I ended up becoming the first in the nation to earn this degree from a community college in AI and robotics. So psychology to AI is what really inspired me to pursue AI as a career and major. I was very interested by AI, but it was still something that I wasn't 100% sure that I wanted to pursue something in. but I really wanted to test the waters with it. So I reached out to earlier students, and they mentioned that the classes are very one-on-one, it's very practical and hands-on, and it was actually something that I wanted to pursue something in. I wanted to be sure that I had that sense of community and that student network, because you never know who might be able to help you out in any way, sense, or form. So I joined this club as a member called Computer Science Association, and 2 months after I joined it, I ended up being on the board for that very specific club. And my senior year, I served as the president of that club. Another thing that we were informed of in the classroom was this Intel AI Global Impact Festival. Me and 2 of my classmates decided to pursue that opportunity. We went over the summer, worked on our project called MedIntel ATM, Automated Triage Machine, and we submitted it, and we ended up winning the country award winner for that year, 2023. I actually joined another community called LSAM, from where I got 2 of my internships, one of them being with NASA Mura program and the other one at Texas A&M Kingsville University through National Science Foundation. So just taking the initiative, getting involved with people, I was able to pursue so many things here at HCC, and I'm so glad that I did it. Because I have a really heavy background in medical sciences, and I really love marketing. So really want to make an amalgam of AI with healthcare and marketing and do something in that area. I really want to thank Houston Community College, because they were able to grant me this foundation that I was able to build myself up on, and I got to meet so many great people, got to network with amazing people that I really look up to and get inspired on a daily basis. And it's just been a great experience to be here and pursue this, be first in the nation, do internships with NASA, have a country award from Intel, MC of conferences and public speaking actively, and being the commencement speaker for my own graduation. It was a really good moment, and it was that full circle moment of my time here at HCC. It was a great experience and a great honor to do that. It wasn't just a degree that I got from here, it was a very great experience that I got as well, and I'll always be thankful to Houston Community College for that.
So Muskan is right here in the audience, and if you stand to be recognized, I appreciate it.
So, Dr. Webster, we'd like for you and Muskan to please come forward in front of the dais, please, for the photo. Thank you so very, very much. The commencement speech was indeed inspiring. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. Excellent work. How you doing? Congratulations. So good to see you again as well. Thank you so very, very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This now concludes my report.
Thank you, everyone. Hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee, or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception of the Open Meetings Act. The following persons signed up to speak. There are no citizens that signed up to speak, so we'll move on. All right, the next item, the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request that we pull items 2, 6, and 7.
Okay, any other items? I have item 5 also. So we'll have item 2, 5, 6, and 7 that are pulled. from the consent agenda for discussion. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the other items?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We are now ready to vote on the consent agenda of number 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, and 10. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now have discussion on item number 2. Madam Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Now, this item is presented to recommend the board's approval of your unrestricted operating budget for fiscal year 2025-26.
There, I didn't do that. Is there a motion to discuss item number 2?
So moved.
Second.
And a second? It's been moved and second. Thank you. Now.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, this item is presented to recommend the board's approval of the unrestricted or operating budget for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $481 million. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Hahn will come to the podium to provide an overview and to respond to questions. Dr. Hahn?
Thank you, Chancellor. Board of Trustees, happy to answer any questions you may have about this item.
Trustee Chabin.
Yep. So again, want to reiterate, just thanks to you, Dr. Hahn, and thanks to your staff for all the work that y'all have put into this so far this budget cycle. That being said, do have some questions.
Sure.
So there was a lot of discussion in our last meeting about a desire for a leaner budget. And I have spent some time looking at this, and I wanted to ask you about the impact if we were to roll some of the items in here down a little bit to get us closer to a balanced budget. The big question that I have is there's this line item for new funding requests, about $11 million.
Correct.
And I know that that is comprised of many, many different items kind of lumped into $11 million. To me, that feels like the lowest hanging fruit, that if we did want to balance the budget, that would be a relatively simple way to get very close. Just wanted to ask, is there anything in that row that if we nixed it now with the potential that if our financial situation looked rosier come the fall, that we could have another discussion about it? Are there any major regrets to doing that we would seriously set our enrollment trajectory back or a significant strategic program back, or just wanted to understand what would be the impact of, that 11 million going to zero and then us being within 5 million of a balanced budget, for a flat budget from last year?
I hear you. I honestly would need a minute to review the details to be able to get an answer to you. I'm imagining within that we had 3 million in personnel, 3.08 million in non-personnel. There was a lot of detail there. I'd like to be able to review it and see what we could cull out. I don't know that all of the 11 million would easily be erased, but I'll certainly give it my best attempt.
Hopefully that's something that folks that are backing you up that are in the audience can help pull together while we're having this discussion, because I think that would be relevant to the vote today. No? Okay.
May
Yep.
I ask, are you talking about amendments 6 and 7?
No, I'm talking about number 2.
Yeah, number 2, the operating budget.
Yeah.
But where's, what 11 million, because that equals 11 million.
Yeah, so if you look at the moderate budget page, about halfway down the page, there's a new funding request row. It's right above total operating expense, the gray bar. That set of individual projects sums to $11 million.
Trustee Chapin, I think her question is what projects comprise that 11 million?
That's exactly what my question to Dr. Hahn was, is what projects comprise that, and what regrets would there be if we started to ramp that down to get closer to a flat budget from last year?
But that's different than the deferred maintenance.
Yes.
and
It is
the
different.
blinds
Yes,
Yeah.
and,
yes.
travel that's inconsistent with policy and that sort of stuff, right?
I have the detail in front of me. I don't know that I can scan through it. There are, I don't know, I would imagine 30 rows of information here. So to decide quickly which can be deleted right on the spot.
Yeah, and my question again, first let me help to ground my colleagues in exactly which row I'm referring to. If you look at just the single page moderate growth budget item, which is, I think, what we're anchored to here.
So, Trustee Chief, there are two attachments. He's referencing the second attachment that's tied to this item.
Yep.
To find that single page.
So it's the moderate growth scenario.
I can read them off.
I don't have the printed, so.
I can read them off. I have them right here, but making a quick determination about what I could keep and what I could delete.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, perhaps Dr. Hall can read them off?
Sure.
Yes,
Sure.
that would help.
Sure, absolutely. So on the we had, the budget process takes time, takes several months. So we divided some of these items into the earlier phase, which may have happened before April, and some after April. So in the early section, Central College, we're looking at a college operations officer. That would have required, again, on the personnel side, 3 personnel for $250,000. The Chancellor had 2 items here, one in advancement, foundation development directors, number 5 and 6, one in talent acquisition for a senior specialist talent development. Again, that was an additional 3 people, total of those 2. In instruction, we're looking at a digital access center, a full-time lab assistant. In instructional services, we're looking at curriculum and compliance, workforce and research development, staffing for 1 person. Northwest College in engineering was looking for an engineering online program person, 1 individual. I'm not reading all of the detail of the description, but this is the quick summary. In online, HCC Online was looking for a student services personnel request. That would have covered 5 positions. In public information communications and external affairs, alumni affairs, we're looking for a part-time staff becoming a full-time staff. That's 1 position. Southeast College, East Side Campus is looking for 8 positions, 8 full-time receptionists, 6 part-time receptionists, etc. Strategy planning and institutional effectiveness was looking for an economic development and entrepreneurial initiative, 1 individual. In our area, we were looking at a facilities project manager to support operations. That would have been 1 individual. Again, in my area, in purchasing, we were looking at adding to the contract management and sourcing functions. The request was for 4 individuals. And Central College, we were looking for a college operations officer that would have covered part-time funding benefits and operating expense for a reality collaboration team. So that would have footed to 33 individuals for $3.01 million. That's again in the early phase. In the non-personnel section of that early phase of the budget process, we're looking for communications and contract services and software for the Chancellor's area of AVC communications. Northeast College was looking for aviation maintenance technician program, covering funding for the new aviation program and creating a lab training environment. Another for Northwest College, looking for an engineering online program covering operating expenses for the online engineering program initiative. Southwest College, college operations officer is looking for upgrading furniture for the improvement of the student experience there, helping to maintain optimal learning environments. Student Services is looking for a CRM solution for student services. This would have covered the scope of work for implementing a student services CRM, which is, I believe, has been spoken about for a long time. Seems to have a great need there. In my area, we're looking for a cybersecurity operating expenses for the cybersecurity team. The Board of Trustees, additional funds to cover sponsored trustee events, because colleges say that trustees have events that they sponsor, but don't have an easy way to cover all the funding for it. And then for our financial audit, we're looking at an annual reporting solution that is a web-based platform to help dynamically build the entire CAFR, the annual financial report. So that's of the early budget cycle items. Shall I continue with the later?
Let me ask, just to avoid you from having to just read pages at us. So my question really comes down to me, these feel like items that should have been embedded in other broader buckets of the budget, or could have been, let's put it that way, could have been embedded in broader portions of the budget where that would provide flexibility for Chancellor and the college presidents and department heads to trim elsewhere to fit these kinds of additional expenses in under kind of a broader, let's stay flat from last year type mandate. And my question is, what would be, again, the impact of recognizing that this is only a couple months before the fall semester starts? If the board were to ask, because we shouldn't be telling you these projects are in and these projects are out, I was hoping that y'all had a triage list ready, but if we laid the challenge upon y'all that we want to get close to a balanced budget, fit this $11 million in to the other buckets of your budget and reduce that overall budget by $11 million, is that workable by our process?
I don't know that I'm understanding the request. If we're fitting this in, then it would become part of the budget expense.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, if the board's challenge to you, just put it bluntly, was to make it work with $11 million less versus having a discrete line item for those additions that you just mostly read. Does that fit in with our process and within the Chancellor, your flexibility to manage?
Well, I have to be very candid. One of the things that we looked at initially was having a flat budget, to be very candid with you. And we thought that if we were to come forward with a flat budget, but to include the raises for our faculty staff, and not include the raises for the executive administrators, that we would be able to operate, and that includes me. And that would then allow us to operate to determine just exactly what the outcome of what we will experience with many of the cuts and many of the changes that are being imposed upon us institutionally with respect to our students and fees and so forth. So it seems to me that that is one way that we would do the belt tightening. Now, of course, we recognize that there were some blue sky wish list items that were requested before Dr. Hahn came on board. And I think that some of those are baked into the budget. The expectation was that those would not be a part of the budget. And so I think we could operate, frankly, with a flat budget with the increases in those areas that I mentioned before, because we recognize that the faculty members and the staff members, and of course, not to exclude the administrators, but particularly the faculty members in the field and the staff are the ones who are doing some of the heavy lifting for the institution. So that's my view of how we could, in my estimation, move forward and make this work, particularly at a time of great uncertainty for us financially.
Thank you.
I think it's worth, Madam Chair, if I may. We went through this budgetary cycle, and I think I'm on record as one of those who had a lot of questions about what direction would we head, trying to really understand what substantiates the numbers. Trustee Cheben, part of your questions is what was my motivation for trying to understand what's behind the numbers, because yes, absent any substantive details, trustees are sort of trusting and, trusting, no reason not to trust the administration, but being able to really unpack what's behind the numbers is essential. One thing I want us to remain mindful of, I think if you look at history, at least recent history, we've done what I'd say is a fairly good job of managing the budget in a given year. I think the administration should be commended for that. We've maintained a healthy fund balance. We've had excess transfers to the fund balance, which have been helpful because that's why we can have items like agenda item number 7 on here, is because of that fiscal stewardship. what I would just caution us about, given the uncertainty, given all the unknowns around whether it's Pell Grant or, we've had some gyrations on public policy around international students. And so I just think it's important that we arm ourselves with the tools necessary. I don't disagree with Trustee Cheben's intent here, which is, can we be austere in the context of, hey, we want to make the resources available, but how do we perhaps bring ourselves back in line as you make these decisions as an administration as to what are the must-dos versus things that we can defer or whatnot. I just think it's important that if we're holding the administration to certain standards, we have the Chancellor's evaluation tool as an agenda item that we've already passed. It's just important that we're mindful in that process. There are a lot of things that we need to do. Last meeting, Chair, you mentioned your inclinations about ways to provide relief to students in terms of the technology fee, and there are a bunch of other priorities that I think colleagues have expressed that we have an interest in. So I would just urge that we keep that in mind as we seek to move forward. Whatever the decision of the board will all fall in line with it, but it's hyper important that we make sure we have tools necessary so that we can pull levers should we need to be able to as we go through this next fiscal year.
Anyone else? Trustee Vanderbilt?
One of the concerns that I stated earlier is that we did need to stick to a flat budget. But two things have occurred that are going to impact this budget that we're looking at. The state is going to approve an increase in exemptions for homestead. That is going to pass. The state has also reduced the number of credentials of value that we get paid for. And it is not a few. It is quite a few. And based upon what I saw, that's going to be a considerable impact. We were relying on those credentials of values to get students into the system, get them through the trainings and certifications, and having the state to pay us for doing so. They have narrowed that scope. Yes. And that narrowing of that scope is going to impact this budget. So we need to stay at or as close to a flat budget as possible. We just had, Trustee Reichard and I had the conversation about the Pell Grants at the national level, that the House is doing one thing and the Senate is doing something else. But I can tell you, they're aiming to reduce Pell Grant funding for workforce, in addition to requiring us to increase workforce certifications. There's always this catch-22. So looking at state appropriations, looking at ad valorem taxes, looking at federal support from Pell, these things are going to impact us, I think, substantially. So if we can stay as close to that flat budget as possible, we may not hurt as much. But I can tell you, the state is very serious about this. And so is Linda McMahon. She's very serious about cutting Pell. She was merciful when she went to the HCC office. She understood the value of community colleges in order to increase the number of workforce that is well-trained. But she still wants to stick to eliminating some of that funding. So that is not in this budget at all. None of those things is in this budget. So how are we going to do that, Madam Chair?
Thank you. Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the things that I was thinking was that in order to move forward prudently, and we'd had that discussion internally as well, that if we begin with a flat budget and assess how we're going to perform in terms of the revenue generated, the new initiatives that we start, et cetera, whether or not it would be advisable to come back to the board with the board's approval to then add on some of those initial positions that have been included in this budget in order to continue with the performance that we are now seeing. I think that would be an appropriate and also a prudent way to proceed with the evidence that we will then have about not only what the circumstances will be for us in terms of the regulations and the stipulations, et cetera, but with respect to our performance also.
And I want to say to you, Chancellor, to thank your teams, because the request was that they reduced their budgets by what, 10%?
Yes, operating expenses.
They did that.
Yes, they did.
And then this. So they did that. And then this. So I want to commend them because I know how tight it already is. And then you took away another 10%. You ought to be commended for that. Kudos to you. So how do we make sure that those 10% reductions do not become an albatross? Because if we reduce the 10% and we go over here and we do interesting things with funding that could have stayed in the departments, I'd much rather the funding stay in the departments. But thank you for doing what you were asked, because I know that it was very difficult to do. And you did it well. And thank you. I would appreciate a flat budget, and as you move through each month, seeing where funding can be moved or funding can be experienced, or maybe hoping against hope that we get some additional funding from the federal government. I would be willing to support that. A flat budget with the understanding that if and when we start to see the kind of fiscal growth that we need in revenue, then you can be able to address some of these things that have been asked for. But I would say first, give them their 10% back, but that would just be me. But yes, I would support that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee
I just want to echo some things that my fellow trustees have said. You know, we're facing 3 known issues right now with the Pell Grant scenario. The Senate is saying they want to give it back, but who knows what's going to happen when they actually come together in this big, beautiful budget bill. And then the other one is international students, which, you know, I know HCC relies on, a lot of colleges rely on because they pay the full tuition. And, you know, that's a level of income. And then the third one is the dreamers, who, you know, I don't think probably in magnitude are the numbers that we're facing with the other two. But, you know, we're going to see students that used to pay $2,000, they're going to be paying $5,000 plus. And they're just not, you know, that's a loss of enrollment, that's a potential loss of revenue as well. And then that doesn't even take into account the uncertainty that we have going on with regard to interest rates, mortgage rates, what that's going to do to our housing market. And then they're talking about getting rid of FEMA. FEMA provides, subsidizes, and manages flood insurance. People aren't going to be able to get loans for houses if they don't have subsidized flood insurance. Like all these different things that we see potentially hitting the market, there is so much uncertainty. And, you know, when I hear things like there's going to be, you know, this is the first I've heard it, we're increasing money to the board to go to events or to have events, that is worrisome to me. I want, and all of my votes today will reflect it. I want the money to be as close to the students as possible. And so that's incredibly worrisome to me that I hear, you know, we're giving more money to the board.
It's that the colleges incur expenses when there are trustee-sponsored events, so they want to be made whole for that additional expense.
And I understand, you know, we have a really robust board services, you know, it was increased, you know, not too long ago. But my preference at this time with this much uncertainty is that the dollars stay closest to the students. You know, we said last time that we weren't going to give the kids right now a break on technology fees. And, I am loath to vote for anything that gives the board more money that isn't going to help the students. So that's just kind of where I stand with this. It's worrisome, and through no fault of yours, or anybody here. It's just a really difficult time right now. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Trustees, anyone else on this?
I just have a question. I just want it to be put on record. When do we have to approve this budget?
The goal was to do it today.
Okay. That's why I asked, because I knew it was today. But
August 31st.
we have to August 31st.
The budget has to be approved by August 31st. Yes, but legally speaking, that's when you have to have a final budget.
Legally, it's August 31st,
But normally,
but
when
we
do we-
usually want to have
Normally
it
in-
ready. as
Okay,
soon as
I know legally it's August 31st, but we've been approving the budget in June at the regular meeting. If I'm not correct, just let me know. My point is, every time Dr. Hahn comes to the podium, we tell her all the things that need to be changed in the budget. She comes back, and I've said this more than once, and then we send her back again. I just feel like if members of this board is having a problem with what she's sending them because we get it in advance, I just feel like those questions should be sent to you in advance, so when you get to that podium, you'll already be prepared, to provide the information, and maybe it could be resolved, and we won't have to sit here with so many questions and so many speculations about what could possibly happen, because you could come here next month at the regular meeting and the same thing could occur, because we don't know what's going to happen. But at some point, we have to make a decision on what budget we're going to follow through with. And that's just my opinion.
Madam Chair, I think that, and that's,
Trustee Temes.
I think though that when we build our budgets, and it's you make assumptions, right? You have to make assumptions, and it's what I hear my colleagues do, saying, or my colleagues say. You make assumptions about what's happening and what's the landscape right now, right? With the international students, for instance, and the Dreamers, and then how we built this budget based on what can happen, right? And what that will mean for us in terms of the bottom line. So for me, it's always about knowing and being confident that we're taking those assumptions into consideration when we build our budgets, and that's what I have to feel confident about.
And many of these issues have been incorporated in both the austere budget and in the moderate budget. It's just that we are also trying to accommodate the desire of the departments to grow and provide additional services, which is where the new funding requests come in. So I think in every place I've ever worked where budget was involved, budget creation, we would always go to our internal customers and find out what their needs were. We would line those up against what the initiatives were based on the strategic plan for that year, and we would negotiate what would be considered and what was frivolous and would not be considered, at least not for that year. I came into this process halfway through, and I'm trying to balance the concerns, which I hear and agree with, and have been accounted for here, along with the desire for growth. So that's where the 11 million came in. I'm happy to take it out completely if that's the wish of the board. No problem.
Thank you, Trustee Sheben.
I intend to make an amendment, but I do want to make one comment before I do, which is, Dr. Lunton-Gary, I agree with you 100%. We need to make a decision today, and at least this trustee's opinion, we need to 100% drive to that. There are too many students waiting for this budget to get it in gear. We've seen amazing enrollment growth earlier today. I think sky's the limit on that. So in my mind, the budget, it's urgent to get approved today so that we can shift from planning, which is very important, to action. So I would like to make an amendment to the budget accordingly, so hopefully we can get closer to consensus. Realized that my question before was somewhat answered because there is a $4 million line item for a new funding request in the austere budget versus an $11 million line item for it in the moderate.
Correct.
So my amendment would be that in the moderate budget that we are voting on, we replace the $11 million in FY26 with the $4 million as reflected in the austere budget, with the projects corresponding to that in the austere budget, and update all the other totals accordingly.
Very good.
I'll second.
Is there a sec, oh, you made it.
Madam
so you
Chair,
second,
can I
so-
ask,
Okay, discussion.
May I ask Trustee Shaban to repeat that?
Yep, so the motion, and I'll draw your attention to the row. So it's the new funding request row. It's kind of halfway down the page, right above the total operating expense row that's colored in gray. On the moderate budget, that's listed as $11 million for FY26. My amendment is to substitute in that the value for that row in the austere budget, which is $4 million, and all the projects that were assumed under the austere budget accordingly, and then update all the other totals so the math works.
Instead of the 11, 4.
4, yeah.
Or,
The
I
assumption
was
there
thinking you were going to pull it all back.
No, but I mean, I think to y'all's point and to Trustee Davies' point, a lot of work has gone into this. We do have to trust within the guardrails that we as a team of 10 are setting. And if enough work went into that $4 million number, that was the break point, to me, I think that's something we as a board can hang our hat on, so.
Could you affix a number? Is that how many millions of dollars?
That would be a reduction of
The
7
total
million.
budget, your amendment.
474.
Yep, 474.
I'm sorry, still didn't hear.
I'm sorry, sir, 474 million, which is not exactly flat. This current year is 465, but that's a midpoint between the two. Yeah.
Yeah. Trustee Wilson, you had a question?
You got a question? I just looked at the 5.643 million for computer replacement and cybersecurity, which should not be in the same line item. How much is computer replacement and how much is cybersecurity? 5.6 million is excessive.
Madam Chair, point of order, there was a motion made, and I don't know if it was seconded or not, so we have.
Yes, it was seconded.
So the question that Trustee Vanable Stallworth, is it on the motion or is it dealing with a separate
It's
line
actually
item?
part of the budget that was just presented. This part didn't change.
5.6.
5.643985, computer replacement and cybersecurity.
That under number 2?
It's on page 17 in my printed book. I don't know where FY26 technology plan. I know that we keep asking for technology and asking for technology and asking for technology. And when we decrease it in one place, it gets asked in another place.
Yeah, the clarification that I was just trying to ascertain, the page that you referenced, Trustee Vanable Stallworth, has to do with the technology plan. It's not part of that new funding commitment that Trustee Cheban just made a motion to amend that was seconded. So that discussion would be more appropriate after this motion has been resolved, is what I was pointing out.
Okay.
Trustee Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just it looks like we're going to have a pretty good year with increasing enrollment, and we've got about a $20 million excess this year from last year's budget. So I hope that we can increase enrollment another 20% this year, and I don't want to leave the school short of funds, but I also don't want to overtax the taxpayers that are paying the freight when we run a $20 million surplus this year. I am looking more at, I would be interested in the flat budget and sticking with that and seeing how things develop, because like others have expressed their concern at this table, who knows what's going to happen? The international students, the dual credit, UT's getting in the dual credit business, UT's offering scholarships for healthcare for 100,000 a year or less. But, there's a lot of dynamics and there's a lot of schools that are closing. And I think we need to take a very cautious approach in our budgeting this year. And I have a question for council. If I would like to if we vote on this and pass it, is there any way we can make an amendment to any of the budgets after that, or are we?
Yes. You could make additional amendments.
I have an amendment I would like to make,
Okay, I think
depending upon whichever budget we decide with.
Okay, so since there is an amendment currently on the floor, if you're considering a separate
I'll have an
amendment.
opportunity later.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
That's
yes.
what I want. Thank you.
Okay.
I only have one last question.
Okay.
This budget that, what is it?
474.
474? 471? Is that etched in stone, or is that budget flexible enough, Chancellor, for you to be able to maintain a very, very conservative approach to managing it?
I think we could if it includes all of the faculty and staff salary increases in there. That's critically important. Critically important.
So the $4 million is that or not?
Would that cover?
I don't know what that number is.
2%.
I'm going to have to
The 2%.
come up with a calculation of what that 2% costs in addition to what we currently have.
That I would be willing to do.
Could I just clarify really quick? Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I think we're conflating multiple items. The amendment that I've
Yes, I was just
proposed-
going to say.
Yeah, it doesn't stipulate any changes to the salary action that's in the budget.
Very good.
It's strictly reducing that new funding request from the moderate proposal to the austere proposal, which, yeah. So I agree with you on salaries, by the way.
But is it fully the austere proposal? Because I believe that one was 457.
No, it's just the new funding request.
That's what I
row.
thought.
That's it.
Which
That's
brings
it.
us to 474, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If there's no other questions, then it's time to vote on the amendment. Sharon, will you?
I need much clarification,
Okay.
I'm sorry. We are voting on, and please correct me if I have captured it incorrectly, but we are voting on a motion to amend the moderate budget to remove the $11 million line item.
And replace it with 4 million.
And replace it with 4 million?
Correct.
And Sharon, Madam Chancellor, excuse me. The specific row is the new funding request row.
Correct.
Yep, so it's to amend the moderate budget by adjusting the 11 million currently listed under new funding request and updating it to read 4 million.
Got it.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure, Chancellor, you don't know yet if the increase for the salaries, the 2%, is covered?
At 2% for the faculty, and then the 1.5, I think, for the part-time faculty, at 2%.
Already in the budget.
I think that is included, I think, as in what Trustee Cheevan was explaining previously.
My amendment
No.
shouldn't touch
It's in-
salaries at all.
it's in your
what I said.
budget you're proposing.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, that's not being touched.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I
not being
wanted to know.
touched. Right,
I needed to know
absolutely.
that from you.
The motion is to amend the moderate budget by adjusting the 11 million under new funding, and adjusting the 11 million under new funding to 4 million.
That's correct.
That's it.
That's it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we put a hard number on that?
That was my other question.
We don't, you know,
Well,
are we-
the total's going to be
I'd like to have a hard
474.
number
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that amendment. That's not open-ended. That's,
It's not open-ended. It changes an 11 million to 4
what's
million.
the hard number?
474.
For a
budget's
total
gonna
of
be 4 million?
474.
No, the budget for that line item is 4 million. And it
Total
updates the,
would-
yeah.
What he's asking for is what is the budget?
What's the total budget number?
474?
474
Can we put that in the amendment?
million.
We can, to a total budget of 474 million.
So you subtract $7 million from the
That's
amount.
right.
That's correct.
Motion is to amend the moderate budget by adjusting the 11 million under new funding to 4 million for a total budget of 474 million.
Correct.
And that was seconded by Trustee Reichart. Madam Chair, are we ready to vote?
We're ready to vote. Board members, ready to vote.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing, and 1 abstaining.
Can we see the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now, the next item.
May I offer my amendment?
Oh, okay. You're on amendment 2. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment to prohibit public taxpayer monies from being expended on economic development with external membership-based organizations that refuse to make their books available to the public.
That again.
Prohibit public taxpayer monies from being expended on economic development with external membership-based organizations that refuse to make their books available to the public. My purpose is we have.
You're asking for an amendment, so I need a second.
I'll second, because we needed to
Second?
understand.
All right, now we'll have discussion.
If any organization, we give them money, their books should be open so the public can look at them with an open records request. This is public money. It is the public's taxpayer money that's paying for this, and if we expend it to somebody who won't open their books and make them public, I want to stop that, and that's what the purpose of this amendment is.
Other trustees, comments, questions? No? Okay.
So do we,
We would vote on that amendment now.
So the motion is to amend, to offer an amendment to prohibit public taxpayer money to be expended on economic development organizations who refuse to open their books or make them available to the public.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Trustee. Yes, thank you. Now, with that amendment, if we're paying, say, some membership fees to an organization, how do we know whether or not their books are open to the public without us inquiring? So, Trustee Wilson, are you wanting Dr. Hahn and her team to inquire in advance? Or are you talking about, because honestly, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just trying to figure out how she's
How it
going to
would
work
work.
that into her budget.
It's more of a restriction on where you can spend your money. And if we save money, if it passes and we don't spend that money, there's going to be other areas in our budget where we're over. And it's the whole budget. I'm not wanting to micromanage every line item on the budget. What I am wanting to do is implement a policy that will stop us spending money to other organizations that don't make their books public.
The only way I imagine that could work is if I believe it's a nonprofit, I can check their 990, which would give me some indication of what their financials are. But usually it takes a couple of years for the 990 to show up, so I wouldn't see current books.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our foundation.
Yeah.
So we couldn't give them money.
I don't mean this to limit it to nonprofit or
Well-
profit. It's all organizations.
Well,
But
then,
did you want economic development or not? You had initially said economic development. That's going to be a huge difference.
That promote economic development, such as chambers of commerce. If a chamber of commerce doesn't want to open their books, I don't want us to be members of those organizations or spend money with them.
Okay, thank you. Now we're ready to vote.
I will read it again to
Okay.
confirm if we have the correct motion. Amendment to prohibit the taxpayer money from being expended on economic development organizations who refuse to open their books and make them available to the public. Is that correct?
That's what I heard. Can you read it again?
The amendment is to prohibit public taxpayer money from being expended on economic development organizations who refuse to open their books or make them available to the public.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready to vote?
I'm still a little confused, but I guess. Yeah. We're ready to vote.
Ready for it? Okay. Hey. 1 second.
Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion failed with a vote of 1 in favor, 3 opposing, and 4 abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Now we go back to vote for our original.
The item as
As
amended.
amended.
Because the First Amendment passed.
So we go back to, help me with it.
Okay, so this would be voting on item 2 to include the amendment that the line item, the new funding request item was reduced from 11 to 4 for a total budget of 474. million. The original as amended, Yeah, that's all Sharon needs, but I wanted to make sure.
As amended. Okay, voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 abstaining, 1 absent for the vote.
Thank you. I was the one that had pulled number 5, so I want to just leave it back in. So can we go to?
Move on item 5.
Yes.
Second.
Place it. I'm just leave it back in.
We've already voted on the balance.
Okay.
We have to take it up now. So, Madam Chair, I move that we take up item 5, approval of capital and technology plan budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Now we're ready to vote on item 5. Any discussion on it? Item 5, that was one on capital and technology plan. There's hearing none, then we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Now we'll have item 6, approval of budget amendment number 1, deferred maintenance. I have a motion.
Second.
It's been moved in second. So do we have any discussion?
Can I just clarify, this is the part of the budget that does not include the blinds and that travel, right? This is
Correct.
the second part of that budget, right? The blinds and the travel are part of the next item. That's what I think. Yes. No, deferred maintenance is the second half. It's all on one sheet for both of these items, which is confusing. So half of that is this, which is the bottom half is this, right? Which is the deferred maintenance. The top half of that is the next item, which is item 7, which is that travel with the HCC TV, the new blinds, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but because they put the same,
Put it on the same
we
page.
split it, but they had it the same.
It's all on the same attachment, but
we split
they
it
apply
last
to
time.
2 different categories.
So this is the deferred maintenance part, the bottom part.
So we're voting on the deferred maintenance, yes. Any other questions? Okay, we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-1. 1 opposing.
Thank you. Do I have motion for number 7, budget amendment number 1, equipment, supplies, building improvements?
So moved.
It has been moved in second. Do we have any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, this is what I was talking about earlier with regard to my comments. You know, I can't put money towards new blinds and travel that's inconsistent with policy if we're not going to be helping students in some of the ways that we've talked about yet. You know, we're going to talk about it in August, but not talk about it yet. And I want the money to be as close to the students in this time period as possible. So I'll be voting against this.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So looking at the list of projects, I agree 100%, Trustee Reichardt. Looking at the list of projects, half of the monies allocated are for the aviation technician program. And that was one of the items, I think the faculty associated with it were listed, Dr. Hahn, when you were reading to us at my request. I appreciate you doing that. Could you verify really quick, in the amendment that we passed previously, did the money for the faculty for the aviation program get stripped so that it would also be appropriate for us to not, if we're going to, not fund right now the aviation program, it seems like we should do that across the board. That would influence my vote, since half of this $1 million is associated with standing up that aviation tech program. So could you confirm that?
So you're asking whether that has been deleted now from?
Yeah, does the faculty for the aviation technician program, is that in the $4 million that we just amended that row to?
I don't have that in front of me. It's not. No, it is not.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Jackie.
Madam Chair, if I may,
You may.
if that faculty salary is no longer included as part of the new funding request, it would seem that there's also the possibility of amending this item to eliminate the more objectionable components. I take exception to the idea that Coleman College doesn't need some new blinds. We could use some new blinds over there, and that's only $75,000. So they're 26 years old. They're older than my Air Jordans that I never owned. So as y'all consider, since we've been slashing line items by line items, I welcome a suggested amendment that might make the trustees who have an issue with this item, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater is what I urge.
Yes.
Well, I just want to say that my number 6 and number 7 are absolutely identical in this printed document.
They are, but this only page 1 applies to item 7 is what we're saying. Page 2 was the one that it applied to item 6.
So I do understand the cosmetic issues, office suite blinds. The dental chairs for dental assisting and dental hygiene use, we only have 4, and we've grown from 1 cohort to 3. Let me ask 2 questions. Dental hygienist is one of the credentials of value that the state pays for, yes?
Yes.
Dental hygienists are also in extremely short supply. Okay, that I could support. HCC TV items, construction and instructional needs, the instructional materials, for how many? Is this for an annual? Is this for a number of students? Is this for 1 cohort? Let me ask the right question. Is this just a wish list? I mean, because you just tell me if it's a wish list. And I agree, you might have raggedy blinds. I know that's really
Okay, so yes, this is with HCC TV, and I'd also like to address the blinds. With the HCC TV, they do have aging equipment there, as I am told. Yet they do a lot of production there that helps to promote the institution. So that's one of the reasons why they have this listed. Now, with the blinds, I was told that in some of the areas at Coleman College, there's a glare that really interferes with the instructional program. And I can understand that if you have the blinds and the sun is bright and you're trying to see your computer and so forth, there might be some difficulty. So that's the reason why, and of course the aging factor of those blinds as well is a factor. So that's why those were listed as I was told. Yeah.
Okay, so, and the deferred maintenance listing is a wish list as well.
I don't.
We've already adopted that
We've
on
adopted
item
that.
6.
So, here's my question again. As you manage this budget, are you able to be flexible enough to manage this budget in a conservative manner such that we get the things accomplished that are needed immediately?
Absolutely. I mean, we have a team that is very conscientious about the expenditure of the dollars, and we have a team that is really well qualified as well, and they are very sensitive to the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. So I'm absolutely confident that we can do that.
Okay.
So the bottom line is, do you still need those 11 million?
This
No,
item is
no, no,
just dealing with the 1 million.
Oh, that's 11.
Yeah, that's on item. Oh,
So you're looking at this.
yeah, exactly. The 1.1.
The one that has the top and the bottom.
Right.
Okay. Yes, sir. Trustee Wilson.
Madam Chair, one of the things, when I look at a budget, everybody always, has requests on the budget, but sometimes the requests are luxuries and sometimes they're necessities. So to me, it's a matter of when you look at a budget and you're dealing with it, you have to categorize them. Is this a luxury or is this a necessity? And it's, those are where the tough decisions come in and that. And to me, the more money you give an administration, the more things that were once in the necessity column, once were in the luxury column are now necessities. So is it a luxury or is it a necessity?
Question.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wait, he asked a question, so Chancellor, he asked you a question.
Sorry about that. All of these, those are necessities based upon what I was advised by members of the team. Those blinds, the glare, the classroom, the aging equipment with HCC TV that a lot of institutions would like to have, but we have it. And we have shows that are being run there every single day. And so I think all of that, as we start looking at ensuring that the equipment is up to date and that we are able to continue our programming there, is really very important.
And do they use some of that equipment here too?
They do indeed. They do. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I was looking at the screen to see how well the HCC TV equipment is capturing my glare right now, but I can't quite tell. So if this is part of what's going to be updated, you might have my support because I need to be able to see myself more clearly. So,
That's obviously a necessity if you can't be seen on TV.
Exactly. I've worked so hard to, dress up, clean up, take a shower every time I come up here. So, on the aviation item, Chancellor, I don't know if there's someone who can speak more closely about the intent of the program, the promise to that community. That campus was part of our tour. We've discussed that particular campus quite extensively this year. Early part of the year, there were some discussions that I'm not going to go into details about, but we're all aware of dealing with the campus and some land concerns. And during those discussions, conversations came up about promises that were made to that community. Here we are looking at a budget item, and it's on the surface, we could look at it and say, well, with the amendment that was made to the proposed budget and the budget that's now being adopted, though that has perhaps cut off some of the opportunity for this program to be stood up, do we completely snatch the rug out of that possibility, or do you perhaps consider the possibility that if some resources are still there and are made available, that through some of the austerity that the administration self-imposes, through some of the ingenuity or creative partnerships that the college and that leadership team can pursue, could still leave a window to pursue other possibilities. And so I just think that it's incumbent on us to really think about that as we evaluate this item and not look at it merely as because one source is cut off, we completely eliminate any chance of being able to advance that program.
Certainly, Mr. Trustee, and thank you so very much for that question. The aviation program is indeed funded, it's grant-funded program. And for the North Forest campus where the airplanes are, we are looking at putting new programs over there in healthcare. In fact, some of the programs from Coleman College of Health Sciences will be offered there, including the biotechnology program that Dr. Harrison has now stood up and she's beginning to promote. But with respect to the aviation program, there is a partnership that has been offered to us by the superintendent of one of the school districts. And I'm going to ask Dr. Webster to come up and talk about that and what our plans are.
Yeah, the Fort Bend ISD is interested in pursuing an aviation program. As you know from our presentation last year, the demand for aviation techs is extremely high, and we don't want to see any crashes, obviously. So having the techs available is key to our community and really across the nation right now. The location that they are suggesting is Kempner High School, which is literally across the street from the Sugar Land Airport. So students would have an access to not only train at Kempner as dual credit students, they can go over to the airport and flex their muscle as trained apprentices. Additionally, Fort Bend is willing to allow us to use the space at night to teach adults, so it's a win-win for us overall. The space allocated is previously a vocational section of the school and offers up a really good opportunity for us. So funding would definitely support the additional need for equipment. We do have an FAA grant, but it is not fully funded, as many grants from the feds are paused right now. So funding to support that would definitely be needed. So, thanks.
I think Dr. Webster went and did some research to know that I graduated from Fort Bend Kempner, so touche.
Wonderful. Well, he's very sharp, so yeah.
Just want to follow up on that. Y'all know I love partnerships, so that's really exciting news, and thank you for sharing. $500,000 line item in this particular amendment, does that tee that program up for success? Or is that a down payment for maybe a broader investment that we'll expect to see more details on later in the year?
So we'll phase in this program. You have a airframe, power plant, and then the general. So the general will be the first piece we have. The dual credit students will go through that, and then they'll stay on as adults for the airframe and power plant. This will get us to what we need for the general for sure.
Appreciate the additional information.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add that as I've been maneuvering through the district and just speaking about the aviation program, there have been a lot of interest from community members in this program. Some may have been unaware that the aviation program exists and the partnerships, but I think it's a great need in the North Forest area, and I appreciate the opportunity to include other programs there. As I've spoken about before, the Northeast area is just continuing to grow. It's its own little melting pot right now. And so one of the initiatives that I like to see is to have more programs added so that we are not losing our students to other campuses. So that's extremely important. And I was thinking when we had to give our district report, I did host a food drive there that I think I spoke briefly about if you guys are unaware. But during that time, Mr. Michael Frazier was able to give tours. And so the community members were highly impressed at the aviation program that we have there. So, thank you for the partnerships. And I like to continue to see that program move forward.
And Madam Chair. Yes. Okay, you're absolutely right. One of the things that we really need to do is to grow the program.
Absolutely.
And once we grow the program, we can expand the program to other areas. And we are now in a position where we can enroll students. I think if we had had a similar type of opportunity with North Forest High School or with a business over there, it would have made it easy for us in order to move forward with continuing education and partners and so forth. But given that this is directly across from the airport and we have all of these opportunities, we really do now at this point have an opportunity to grow and then to expand.
My question is, you're talking about, do we have a helicopter to transport those students from A to Z? Because you're saying that there's an airport and at Fort Bend. Now, we're talking about North Forest. North Forest is way across. And so, and I saw that plane. It's going to take a lot of work, right? We saw the plane. And so, I mean, I'm excited about programs for the Northeast, but let's get them going fast because they have needs over there. We have buildings that are there, and they just need programs to come in and work with the community, you know. And so, like I said, this aviation sounds great, but it's not in this backyard. It's across. So how are we going to get them together?
Sure, it's very much like with the Public Safety Institute at the Northeast campus. The board invested a substantial amount of money in building a fire tower, a burn building, a firing range, all of what is needed for a law enforcement academy at the Northeast campus. But those courses, those entry-level courses, are offered at other locations in our district. That is where we grow. And then the students are then directed to the Northeast campus, irrespective of where they are in the district, to the Northeast campus in order to complete the applied component, because it would be entirely too expensive, and the capital intensitiveness would, of course, impede our ability to be able to build those facilities everywhere. And so we need to have a place where we can start and then expand. And as we have additional partnerships that are willing to provide us with a hangar or some place to store those airplanes, that would be great. But the Northeast had difficulty getting a location, and it's not just the Northeast problem. We did not have a location wherein we could place those airplanes where they could then be stored for training purposes, and we can free up that lab for other types of training opportunities for our students. So yes, there are a lot more programs that are being moved over to the Northeast, and we're intending to grow there as well.
Madam Chair, I also like to add, I know we've had a discussion about the condition of the planes, but it's just for the students to be able to work on. So, you know, for me personally, it was just exciting because we have students that are given the opportunity to, you know, accept the tour that have never really seen a plane that close, you know, in person. And so it's just for the mechanical part for the students to be able to work on. And, you know, let's just pray that we continue to move forward and progress and things get better. And eventually we'll get a newer plane, but right now we're taking baby steps, and we're just going to be really grateful for those steps. At least I know I am. Again, you know, I live in the Northeast. I'm from Acres Home. And so, you know, my journey, as I stated before when I was first appointed, is a reflection of many of those in our community. And so whatever opportunities we can have that will allow us to grow and progress, I am definitely all for it.
And Chancellor, if I can just make one more comment about the planes. We do want them broken down because then the students have to repair them. That's the goal. But what we've seen from looking at the different programs across the nation is once they start getting planes, people start donating them. And, you know, the last school we went to in Lake Charles, they actually had a Learjet out there that was donated to them, and it was in tip-top shape. So we hope to see that happen as we roll this out.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, we're ready to vote. Let's see, what item was it? 7. Voting is open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-2.
Okay, the next item is item 8. We have a motion to approve item 8.
That was
Oh, let's go. Oh, we're through. 5, 6, 7. See, it's been so long.
topics for discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, topics for discussion and/or action. We pulled item B, right? We pulled this one? Student, okay. Is there a motion to approve item A, Houston
So
Community
moved.
College rebranding proposal and possible name changes?
Second, which
Yes, so moved.
one are we doing?
Second.
Okay.
It has been moved and second. Is there a Chancellor?
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members of the board, this item is presented to the Board of Trustees to recommend the board's approval of the rebranding for Houston Community College and proposed name change, and authorize the Chancellor to take action to implement the proposed plan. Since this plan is presented from the overarching lens of planning and institutional effectiveness to help the institution make informed decisions, improve its operations, and ultimately serve students in the community, I will ask, with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Andrea Burridge, Vice Chancellor for Strategy, Planning, and Institutional Effectiveness, to share the presentation and to respond to questions. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to speak tonight. This presentation outlines the strategic considerations informing our exploration of renaming the institution, why it matters, what we've learned along the way. As part of this discussion, we'll also share the short list of names that you requested, should the decision be made to move forward with a new institutional name. So a strategic perspective is about positioning ourselves for the future, setting a course to create the future we envision. Institutional effectiveness is rooted in continuous improvement, asking, what is our next step, and then taking that step. We recognize that a name change is a significant consideration and should be approached with care, reflection, and even hesitation. This discussion is about thoughtfully evaluating whether our current name fully supports our mission, our programs, and how we are understood by those we aim to serve. We're exploring whether our name aligns with who we are today and who we are becoming, without losing sight of our roots. Our goal is to ensure that our identity supports student opportunity, workforce readiness, and the strength of our relationship with those we serve throughout the greater Houston region. Name changes are, in fact, quite common. According to data from SAC-COC, the accrediting body for our region, there have been over 1,000 institutional name changes across the 11 states it covers. Each of those decisions reflected unique missions and local context, but they shared a common thread, aligning institutional identity with present-day reality and future aspirations. At your direction, we have sought wide input and assembled a short list of potential names. We've engaged with community partners, faculty, staff, students, and advisory boards, each offering important insights into how we are seen and how we might be better understood. This input has led to 3 potential names for your consideration: Houston City Colleges, Greater Houston College, and Houston College. In considering a new name, it's important to understand what matters to students. They told us clearly that programs matter and that a name should reflect what an institution offers academically and professionally. In a previous meeting, you reviewed survey results from outreach strategists. Today, we've filtered that data to highlight student-specific feedback. And the message is clear. Students believe a refreshed brand could help better communicate the value of what HCC offers. Since we last presented data to you, we've also done a survey of our advisory board members. Over 90 of them responded. These are employers who know HCC and believe in our graduates. When asked about job applicants, 62% considered a credential from a college stronger than that from a community college, showing a clear advantage to the name of a college. 57% said they prefer to hire applicants from a college rather than a community college. This feedback matters because many prospective students and employers don't know HCC well yet. Since our founding, the Houston region has changed dramatically, and it continues to grow. Each wave of growth brings new residents, new businesses, and new opportunities. That growth means we are constantly reintroducing ourselves to new residents, new employers, and new partners. As we expand our reach and reintroduce ourselves to an evolving region, the clarity of our name and brands becomes increasingly important. So we return to an important question. Who are we and who are we becoming? This is an opportunity to ask whether our name helps communicate the full range and quality of what we offer and whether it opens doors to those we serve. If we move forward, any name must reinforce student success, reflect the breadth and excellence of our programs and credentials, and remain grounded in our institutional values, affordability for our students, access and opportunity. And finally, help us and our students stand confidently in a dynamic, competitive educational environment, now and in the future. I know that you've had the opportunity to review these slides. I want to thank you for your thoughtful leadership and for guiding this important conversation. Your direction helps us move forward with care, intention, and respect for our history, our mission, the current landscape, and the future that we're working to create. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Madam Chair?
Mike?
And the other one, the first one was an open session, and the second part is going to be a closed session for a presentation. So we heard the open session presentation, and now we will adjourn to closed session. And then we'll consider the item after the closed session discussion. I'm going to go and do the close now. Okay. We're doing.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Burridge? Because we're very limited on what we can talk about in closed session, and things like the budget and things like this really need to be discussed in open session.
Question.
Dr. Burridge, is that okay? Or do you want me to ask her after? I only see one page about costs. And, when we had the expert here from Outreach Strategies, he talked about the importance of having a media strategy and rollout, and that's not included in any of the costs. I just wanted to confirm with you that that was the case.
That is the case because it's part of, we have an existing media budget that can be used. And I believe part of what we can discuss in closed session is what that media strategy would look like.
Well, why is that a closed session?
Okay.
It's not a closed.
It's
I
not
think
a-
people want to have stuff in closed
Okay.
session, but really the real discussion needs to happen in an open session.
Oh, I'm happy to. So basically, we already have a media budget. And so we can use the budget that is allocated to work on that rebranding. Starting with the rebrand, there's first a lot of media that you get naturally that doesn't cost money because there's the interviews and those kinds of process. Then, as we roll out our media for the year, we still have, for example, those billboards. Those are already paid for. Whether we keep them in the future, when we update, those can be part of the rebranding strategy.
So it's a change of strategy for being enrollment and, programs and things like that to be specific. So we're going to lose that, right, in favor of the rollout of the budget.
I think that the program would still be included as we roll out. One of the things about a marketing strategy as we bring this new name in is you have to bring back in what the students care about. When we go back to that first slide, that's programs, that's affordability, that's location, and you have to bring out that, if we do change our name, we are still there for them. We aren't, we still have the same mission to the community, the same vision of access and affordability. So a lot of that media we do, essentially is transformed into bringing in the new name.
No, it's just, I know our media strategy is very much like we need, nurses, we need such and such. And if you change that to, there's going to be a loss. There has to be a loss somewhere. If you're going to change that strategy to be a name change strategy, and again, we have absolutely no details about this, right? At this point.
Yeah. Thank you. The Chancellor wants to.
Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, we have all of that information detailed. Mr. Lesterjet, if you would come up with Mr. McCracken as well to provide that information. Mr. McCracken, if you would please start with where we are in terms of the finances, and Mr. Lesterjet, if you would then share the information about the strategies for the partnerships, and Dr. Perez about the programs. Thank you, Dr. Burge. We'll come back to you.
May I just ask, was this part of the original part one? Or was this going to be presented in closed session?
No, this is a part of part one, and then we'll talk about
Oh, but I thought we were just going to leave. I thought that part one was done. It's not?
If you would like to take this,
No, we cannot discuss this in closed session because we're limited
Sure.
in what we can discuss in closed session.
and that is why we have them here to
Okay.
discuss this.
Okay, I'm just confused. I thought we were
Sure.
finished with part one.
Okay, Mr. McCracken?
Good evening. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the costs that are detailed already on the one page. And just very briefly, I'm not going to go through in a tremendous amount of detail, although I'm happy to answer any questions. We know that there's going to be some very clear additional costs related to changing major signage. And that's what that cost is laid out to be. We've went through and we have identified all of the signs that we know that need to be changed because they're be able to be seen from the major thoroughfares. There's 51 of those. And so what our plan includes is temporarily covering those with the vinyl, kind of an immediate action, along with designing the signs to replace on 40-foot pylon signs, 20-foot pylon signs, building top signs, and our larger monument signs. And that is broken out over the course of the first 2 years, and that is adds up to the $2.8 million that's really coming out of the wayfinding and graphics program that was previously approved as part of the CIP 2.0 program. And that is the major signage. We know that following that, we have smaller signs that are on campuses. We have smaller signs that are along parking lots and door signs and those kinds of signs. Those things we're going to have to replace as we go through. Those are not all going to happen at once. And that's just going to be a part of our ongoing maintenance and repair as we refresh and replace those signs as we go through. And then I'll let Steve talk about the marketing piece.
Very good. And we also have the itemized list as well to share with the board if you're interested in seeing that. Mr. Lesterjet? Okay, there are.
Thank you. We do have a very extensive earned media plan that we can show you as well. We have copies that I can make available to you. As you can imagine, this is a big story in Houston, and we've been getting calls from the media wanting interviews with our board chair and with our chancellor and others from the institution about the impact of a new name change. So we will set up interviews on area television and radio programs over the next few weeks, and we'll develop news articles about why we're changing the name, that we're not losing our values, that we're going to be the same college but with just with a new name. Our advertising, we believe that we can use the program ads that we have already developed and keep developing program ads. We will change whatever the name is or whatever that logo is in the corner of those ads, but we will repurpose our advertising, and we feel like we can do that at a very within the budget that we've already developed. We have developed an internal communication plan that will show how we will use the name on our website, how we will inform our employees through letter and so forth, how we will use our digital signs, and how we use our YouTube channel with ads that we produce in-house to show this name. We've got an external communication plan too that shows how we can leverage and work with some of our media partners such as Houston Business Journal and the Houston Chronicle, how we will use our pylon and marquee signs to show our new name, opportunities for our trustees to speak within their districts, virtual calls that we will set up for the chancellor to talk to school superintendents and ministers and other groups within our service area, how we can use our e-newsletters for the trustees to announce this new name, social media posts, radio commercials, live reads. We talk to DJs, influential DJs at our top stations, They'll help us get this word out too. We will revise our digital commercials. We can even do truck wraps, our commercial trucks that roll around the area. We can rewrap those. We can create new lapel pins. And of course, if we come back with a good program with the Dynamo, we have tremendous rebranding opportunities with the Dynamo as well. So we've got some details we can share. Questions?
Thank you.
It does. I'm just really frustrated that we're getting this at the board table. I mean, cost, has been an issue with the trustees. Cost is really critically important at this point with regard to the uncertainty. And, to have gotten a one-pager with 4 sentences about, and I know this isn't your fault, but to get a one-pager with 4 sentences about the budgetary issue, the only thing that we've relied on up until we're actually at the board table is incredibly frustrating. But I'm going to have comments about this going forward. It was very important to me that we have this conversation in open session, because not only is it not appropriate to have it in closed session, but the people who have heard this presentation, who have heard the presentation last time about how our name is so well regarded in the community and those sorts of things, need to hear this. They need to hear that there's a cost to it and what the cost is. So I'm okay with going to closed session if that's a point, but I think Sean has a comment.
Thank you.
Yep. I have one question, and I'm asking it now because I suspect that it might require some homework between when we go into closed session and come back. When we last talked about this in April, we also talked about many other topics, including the IT master plan and the website. And we had an extended tangent talking about the website, which was, I know, very valuable to me. Really got a lot out of that discussion. One of the items that was mentioned is that this name change was critical path for the execution schedule of the website. And so asking now, expecting that it's probably going to require some phone calls, what is the impact of this at this point in the development of the website? Would us changing the name impact the date that website is able to go live and impact us another semester for that website student experience that we're all very highly prioritizing?
No, we have committed ourselves to moving forward with the current branding scheme that we have. Our colors, for instance, our color palette, our fonts, we will use on our new website. The web team that's developing the graphics, and we're beginning to see those graphics now, they'll hold a placeholder for any new logo or any shape or any revision to the HCC that we want to make. But other than that, it's not going to slow anything down. We're trying to trim as much time off of the development of that site as we possibly can.
Just to make sure I heard, last time we talked about this, a concern was expressed since then, and now we have worked it, and we no longer feel like it's a concern.
Right. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I think for me, it's timing. It continues to be timing, about why we're rushing this now. There's the unknown, everything coming down from the federal and the unknown, and to embark in something like this that's huge. And yes, we're being presented with this budget, but I personally believe it's going to be a lot more than that to really roll out a rebranding of an institution our size. I mean, it's huge. And so for me, it's just timing. Do I think that this has been good in terms of, getting feedback from the community and all about the name change and what that means, especially from our students and so forth? Absolutely. And for me, it's just timing. It just boils down to the timing piece and the ramifications of this, doing this now, because there's just so many unknowns when it comes to the impact of losing funding potentially from, at the federal level, which, obviously impacts us. And there's just so much that I'm nervous about. And embarking into something new like this, it just makes me really nervous. And I just want to make sure that I put that out there.
Dr. Perez was going to talk briefly about the programs as well and what this will mean for our competitiveness.
Good afternoon, trustees. Basically, I just wanted to also mention to the board that we've already made decisions in terms of what baccalaureate degrees we're going to be adding. As you are aware, we have the opportunity to add 3 additional ones based on the current legislation. And so we have decided to move forward with a business management degree because it will allow more of our students to take part in that. In addition to that, we are also moving forward with a a baccalaureate degree in networking, which will allow us to really build our cybersecurity program so that students can graduate with a baccalaureate degree, as well as the other computer science programs. And then the last one that we're looking at is our nursing program to do a BSN. So it does take us a while to work on this. As you are aware, we have to go through coordinating board approval, through a SACS approval, plus we have to begin to build the curriculum. And so we've made the decision to move forward and begin the development of these. And once we are ready to present it to the board, we'll come back to the board for your approval to be able to move it forward, onto the SACS for their approval before we move on. So those are some of the programs that we're looking at this point. And of course, it expands whatever it is that we are offering.
Thank you. Ms. Chancellor.
Yeah, I was going to comment on Dr. Perez's comments as well. We are, of course, in a mode of competitiveness with all of the institutions around us who are offering these programs. Many of them community colleges, others of them are universities as well. And certainly before we take any move to submit any plan to the coordinating board or to SACS, the process is that we would come to our board first. And so obviously in doing the analyses, these are the programs that are high demand, high growth. And in the presentations that we gave as we looked at Lightcast indicated some very critical information about the earning potential of those students who earn a certificate, an associate's degree versus a baccalaureate degree. If you have an associate's degree, the students are going to expect to earn roughly $43,000 a year. With a baccalaureate degree, the students earn upwards of $70,000 a year. The problem is that for our comprehensive institution, we have for years offered certificates and associate's degrees, as we look at the progression into workforce programs, there's been a ceiling. For all of our students who've come to us who have been seeking academic transfer, they've been able to come to us for an associate's degree and move on to a university, in many instances without losing credits, or if they lost some, not many. For our students on the workforce pathway, they've come to us, certificate, associate's degree, and since 1971, we have thousands of residents within our service area who've only received, and this is not a negative, it's not pejorative, they've received their associate's degree, and they've not found that pathway to $70,000 a year in a baccalaureate degree program. These are individuals who are of high credibility. They are valued employees to their employers. With all of those students who would have that opportunity to improve their income and the circumstances of their families, HCC provides that pathway for them, because when they're on that technical degree trajectory and they transfer to a university, they lose practically all of their credits. And so they're limited. We provide the hope and the opportunity for those students not only to get those credentials, but to also be competitive in the job market when they go out for a search. Dr. Burridge completed research which indicated what companies say about those institutions that move to baccalaureate degrees for their student graduates. I'd like for you to respond to that, Dr. Burridge.
So we did, when looking at the name change and looking at the programs, Texas is actually a little late to the applied baccalaureate. What happens is that we know that transfer is a leaky pipeline. Workforce courses typically do not transfer into a four-year college or university. So basically, two-year institutions have started building what's called applied baccalaureates, or sometimes a community college baccalaureate. Those baccalaureates turn out to be as valuable or more valuable in the same zip code as the baccalaureates from the four-year institution. And so it fills a need for the workforce that just right now is not being met by the colleges and universities, but it's specifically for those applied degrees that let the person move up from the technician to the manager to the leader.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I just want to clarify / ask a question. So I'm very excited about our new baccalaureate degrees, excited to hear which three are potentially next in the cards for us. But I did want to clarify, those are not contingent on us changing our name. That's permitted per all junior colleges under current law.
Right.
And so just want to make sure that we're not conflating two threads of two very important debates. One is how we want to brand ourselves, and the other is how we provide additional opportunity to our students, which there's a Venn diagram and there's some overlap there, but it's not 100% overlap.
Well,
just wanted to clarify.
And the evidence, that is true. The argument for the name change relies on the employability of the baccalaureate graduates. There's clear evidence that coming from a college with a baccalaureate gives a bump to the employability because people don't expect a baccalaureate from a community college. And so in terms of enrollment, most of the research done on this has been on four-year institutions because all of the grad students who do this research are at four-year institutions. But assuming the general principles hold, what you see is that the institutions who change their names to forward-looking manner see a bump in enrollment in students, even in the awards below the baccalaureate. And the institutions that are slower sometimes see sort of what they call a spillover negative effect, that the gain to one type of institution tends to come with a loss to the others, just looking at the name change. I've read a lot.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for y'all's presentation. And now, go ahead. I was wanting to do that. I should have done that first. Because we're in the middle of a discussion, so that's why.
There's already been a motion on this item, so you would just need a motion to lay the item on the table temporarily, and we can go into closed session and then take it
I
back.
move that we table the current item, lay it to table, subject to bringing it back up after concern of the other.
Thank you.
Yes, you can do that by unanimous consent, Madam Chair. If there's no objection to laying the item on the table.
Objection to it?
Okay.
No?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Not an objection, but just an IT point of privilege, as my laptop is bricked right now and needs some help to get this back on. If we're going to move to the next item, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, the tabling, it doesn't mean we don't bring it back at some point, correct?
No,
Okay.
We're gonna
Okay.
go to closed session, and
Okay.
then right now, we're gonna go to C. Is there a motion to approve item C?
So moved.
Thank you. Dr. Ford Fisher, introduce the item about landscaping, grounds, and irrigation maintenance services.
Very, very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item, with your permission, Madam Chair, I will ask Mr. McCracken to come forward and to present with Dr. Hahn. And this is a recommendation to the board to consider approving the landscaping, grounds, and irrigation maintenance services, project number RFP 25 through 31. And Mr. McCracken, Dr. Hahn, please proceed.
Good evening again. So this is, I'll go through this very briefly. This landscaping and grounds maintenance and irrigation services. This is a 5-year contract. The existing contract is expiring. This is a new vendor. It's a certified small business vendor. And the bid came in at essentially the same pricing as we currently have, which is excellent because, as we know, pricing generally increases. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Trustee Wilson. Trustee Wilson.
I have two questions. Who's the principal of this company?
The name of the company is Smartscaping. I do not know the name of the principal.
Okay. And second question is, I've always spoke about how I would like to see more minority participation in our contracts. And this is a type of contract that I think lends itself to being broken up into smaller pieces and let people in District 1 do landscaping in District 1 and District 2 do theirs. And I realize that burdens the purchasing department with more contracts and all that, but I wonder if we looked into that and why we don't do that.
I can answer a couple of questions there. So we have a small business program. We don't have a minority business program, but we do have a small business program. And they do award points for small businesses, but in many cases, it's more efficient to do larger contracts because you need somebody who has the capacity to service our 19 locations, plus the acreage that we have, et cetera. So it's a balancing act. In this particular case, we went with the whole package, but certainly the other option works as well. We've tried it both ways.
Madam Chair, just one quick follow-up.
Okay.
In the purchasing department, I understand what you just said, but can we in the future look at splitting some of these contracts up in smaller bites so smaller companies could get a chance to do some of this work here at our school? Thanks.
Thanks, Trustee Wilson. I agree with you. I'm a small business champion. I think this particular item actually goes above and beyond in that capacity. This company is certified as a small business. Their subs also include minority-owned businesses, including minority and women-owned businesses. So I think this is one of the rare situations where I've seen a true effort that sort of touches all those different areas that you've talked. I think they have 4 or 5 subcontractors that are participants with them in this particular procurement. So this is one of those exceptions in my mind. So.
Is it customary to do 5 years? I thought we could do 3 years as well.
Yeah, so it's a 2-year contract with 3 one-year renewal options. Okay. But what we're bringing to the board today is the full 5 years, so that at the end of 2 years, we don't have to come back and introduce the item all over again, since it would still be off of the original procurement.
But you will do an evaluation?
We do. So at the end of 2 years, we have the option. We can send it back out for bid, or we can exercise option year 3, and then the same thing at the end of that year for option year 4 and option year 5.
We'd like to get the results of that evaluation as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, if not, we're ready to vote on item C.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item D, roof
So moved.
replacement project, North Forest campus? Thank you. It's been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you had indicated, this is a recommendation for the board to consider approving the authorization of the Chancellor to execute a contract with Sphere Superior Services LLC, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications to provide roof replacement at the North Forest campus in accordance with IFB 25-33. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. McCracken and Dr. Hahn to discuss this item.
And again, I'll be very brief. The building was built in 1964. It's the original roof that's on it. Building B, C, and E all have new roofs. This is the building A, the oldest portion that hasn't been replaced yet. And this is to cover the roof and also add some insulation to it. It's a small business award. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions?
Is that the gym or the administration building or both?
It's the administration building. The gym is building B. That roof was previously replaced.
Further questions? Then we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E, advising technology platform and implementation services?
So moved. Second.
Second. It's been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. So this item is a recommendation for you to consider authorizing the Chancellor to execute a contract with EAB Global, Inc. to provide an advising technology platform and implementation services in support of HCC students and in accordance with RFP 25-30. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to invite Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, to provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Again, trustees, this is a platform that we have long awaited for and one that we desperately need. As you already heard, we had an enrollment of 92,000 students. Can you imagine what it's like to keep track of all these students to ensure that they're on their pathway? This is what this software will do for us. It's going to help us track the students. It'll help us be able to provide some alerts in terms of where they are academically so that we can intervene and make sure that they're in the correct pathway. Definitely will help increase retention and graduation rates. It'll provide a great deal of personalized support to these students. It'll better coordinate across departments. Our faculty will be able to know exactly where the students are within their programs, because right now that's difficult for them to be able to do that. And of course, it's going to improve student engagement. So for us to be able to make the impact that we need to make in terms of completions, we desperately need this kind of software. We do have some software that was created through our PeopleSoft system, but it's not working as best as we know it can work with using a software like the one we've already seen what this one can do, and we ask for your approval to be able to install it and move forward with it.
Any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Does this software interface with ServiceNow and Workday? Because we recently purchased modules for ServiceNow. So does it?
I believe it does, because we did consult with IT, and I believe IT is here.
Where are they?
Mr. Jackson? That's fine. We do, please.
I'm not aware of any integration with ServiceNow. ServiceNow is primarily used for managing the IT resources and opening tickets for other departments, and so it really doesn't come into play in this area.
But you purchased more modules for ServiceNow, correct?
We did.
Okay. And so you don't know if you need to do any interface with those modules in this? You have no idea?
We do not.
Okay.
They're not related to this project.
And you don't know if its interface works with Workday?
I'm not familiar with Workday.
Okay.
That we've purchased.
I'm done.
Questions? Yes. Trustee Sheben.
Yeah, no, appreciate y'all bringing this forward. I agree with the criticality of having a platform like this to really ensure that we're best set up to support our students. My question, though, is there's a 5-year period in here. It's a long time to deploy software. When do y'all expect that this space station would be operational versus kind of that tail end warranty period that would ensure that any bugs are fixed quickly?
You know, I have a group that's working on this, so, Andrea, are you aware how long, or?
And Dr. Deal as well.
To get it up and running?
It depends on how fast we get the data to them, but yes, is what it says in the contract.
We couldn't hear anything y'all just said.
Dr. Deal?
Yeah, so the first year will be spent with more like integration with PeopleSoft and an adoption of the software. After that, it is support and anything else that is needed.
So just to make sure I heard you properly, we'll have it implemented after 1 year, and then after that, it's more warranty, bug fix type support?
Yes, and the software maintenance.
So we're expecting that for the fall of 2026, this will be in place and ready to support our students?
Depending on how the purchase and everything goes, they have given us commitment that the first 6 months they will be working with us very closely. However, depending on how many modules are we buying, and the full implementation may take up to 1 year.
Thank you for that.
So, good answer two. We should have an implementation by the contract. We should have a usable implementation within 6 months, and EAB does integrate with all of the major student information systems, of which Workday is one.
So just to play that back, we think that by the spring of 26, this would be usable for our students to benefit from it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick commentary, not to be redundant, it's PeopleSoft is that the same system, Dr. Hahn, that we're moving finance to be able to work with? Is what we have currently. Okay, I know that we're adopting some new software. I know I recognize this is advising. I just want to be clear about that we're not having any blind spots that some alternate technology integrations might not incorporate well with this. That's what I just want to make sure.
So we have given it a full review, full IT review, and currently the technologies that we have in place, we did not find any other technology that is overlapping or providing redundancies. So this is specific software provide us the solution and the platform to track a student from start to finish. To answer to your questions, it is the only thing we currently our student management system is PeopleSoft, and that is something, the integration that we will have to do to ensure that we have access to student records and all that information, application data and everything. So that has been reviewed and fully vetted through IT team.
Okay, maybe it's a question for IT. And I'm losing there was some new software that was going to take us about 18 more months to incorporate.
You're talking about the finance one.
That's what I was saying.
That's Anaplan, I believe.
Okay, is there any need for, what did you call it?
Anaplan.
To interact with this system at all?
Because that's a different system.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that we were implementing a new system there.
Yes, you are
You've
correct.
talked about PeopleSoft, which you're using. I just want to make sure that there's no need for finance to have some interaction with advising, and then we miss that blind spot. That's all.
You are correct.
Thank you. Is there, if we don't go with this program, do we have something now that we can use? Or like PeopleSoft, I know that you keep adding parts.
Right.
You know, as you need them, you buy a new program and you add it, so.
We have already worked with PeopleSoft, all right? We have, for example, we have a degree planner. It's not working for us as it should be working, all right? So, we've already done what we could to modify our PeopleSoft student system to try to assist us in doing this. We've done it with advising. It is tracking some advising, but it's not giving us the specific data that we need in order to know exactly where our students are and where our faculty know where our students are. We're not able to provide any kind of early alert to prevent our students from getting into that probationary phase, because we cannot really track them. You have to look at the system as it is. It's not easy to run reports out of PeopleSoft. This makes it a whole lot easier for us to really stay on top of our students to ensure that we get them to the end. And right now, that's our goal, is to get them, to start them from the beginning to the end, ensure that they have all the resources that they need, especially the wraparound services, because that will also help us keep track of that in terms of where are the services that our students are receiving. I can tell you that I've been in this institution for as long as I've been, and we need this tool. And I would not be asking for it if I knew that we did not need it. But I can tell you that in order for us to achieve the goals that you have set for us, we really do need this advising technology software.
Do you know of any colleges near us that use that that program?
Yes, there are several that use it. Alamo is one of them that has used it before.
It's always good to know that others have used it and that we can depend on their word as well. If it's
Well,
something.
I can tell you that we are behind other colleges because most colleges have an advising technology platform. We don't have one.
So this won't take the place of humans?
No.
Of humans that are advising. Okay, so can you tell us again the number, the amount?
The amount, Dr. Hahn?
It's,
Oh, wait.
it's
Yeah,
It's
2.6, 265,000. 2,600,265.
actually was reduced to 2.414, but during negotiations.
Okay.
Just wanted to clarify. Okay, and if there's no further questions, okay, then we're ready to vote on item E.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you.
I've been waiting for this.
Now, we're going to be checking on it. Okay. It's supposed to be a miracle worker. All right, is there a motion to approve item F?
So moved.
Second.
Time faculty academic year contract renewals. Did I hear first, second?
So moved. Cynthia.
Seconded.
Okay, it has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the renewal of full-time faculty contracts for academic year 2025-26. With your permission, Madam Chair, if there are questions, Mr. Rodney Nathan will come forward to the podium to address the questions. Fiscal year
Trustees,
26.
any questions?
Questions?
Questions? Y'all right? Can't believe
Is that a UT or an SMU tie you're wearing today, Mr. Nathan?
Astros.
Oh, okay.
And we got to hurry up because they're already playing. Okay. No questions? There are no questions?
I know, that's why I'm antsy here. It's like Astros.
All right, if, then I guess we're ready to vote. We're ready to vote on item G, personnel.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Okay, now we want to hear y'all. Thank you. Okay, so now with no further business, we're going to
Have one more
go
item.
to- That was G? Okay. I thought I had G. Okay. I apologize. F, we just voted on F?
Yes.
Okay. So, is there a motion to approve item G, personnel agenda
Second.
faculty? It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the renewal of the full-time faculty contracts for academic year 25-26. Mr. Nathan, with your permission, Madam Chair, will answer all questions.
Any questions, trustees? Any changes, Chancellor? No, there was no changes? I see one. Okay. So now we'll vote on item G, personnel agenda faculty.
Dr. Timmons. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to a close executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074 and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act. I'm losing my people. As stated in the notice of this meeting, should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting in the next, when we come back, okay? So, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and to all of the faculty, staff, and of course, all of the administrators here. You are now dismissed. Thank you so very much for coming.
And we're adjourning to closed session at 7:28 PM.
Thank you.
Mike, please.
The open portion of this meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
8:18 p.m.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we lift from the table item A. Yeah, I move that we take item A off the table for consideration at this time.
Everyone agree?
By unanimous consent? Okay, by unanimous consent. Madam Chair, I move on item A that we approve a rebranding of Houston Community College name change to Houston City College.
Okay.
It's been seconded.
I said, okay.
Any discussion? Yes.
Just wanted to explain my vote on the record before we dove in. Well, I wanted to explain it beforehand. So I intend to vote no on this, but I do commit to my colleagues that if it passes, I will support it wholeheartedly. I vote no for a couple of reasons. One, some of this came up in our discussion earlier today. Fundamentally, our mission has not changed. I think that a name change, regardless of how small a name change, that still signals a change in our mission. And I don't think that's a signal that we want to send, because I don't think that fundamentally it has. We've just added additional tools to our toolkit with the addition of these baccalaureate degrees, which I'm very excited about, and I'm excited to see those programs grow. But fundamentally, the mission is the same. My second concern is I have had a chance to skim through the legislation in the Senate and the House around these Pell Grant changes, and while there's differences between the two bills, there's one thing that's consistent, which is the changes don't apply until July of next year. This is the last year where Pell Grants exist under the current Pell Grant formulation. One thing that came screaming through the survey data that we received loud and clear is that the community sees the name community in our community college as an indication of our affordability. I think that a change of that name would signal that potentially that affordability is not going to be there for them, and it might cause confusion in this last critical year where Pell Grants are available at their current structure and at their current level of part-time subscription. This is a critical year, and I'm worried about a name change now with all the other uncertainties needing to, if folks looking for that final in before the system changes. So just wanted to ensure that my colleagues understand about why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote, and that the community understands. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Along with what I said before, I absolutely agree with Trustee Cheban. There's no push to do this right now, with especially the Pell Grant uncertainty, and especially with the survey results we got from Outreach Strategies that said, you have a great brand, you have, a great reputation in the community. I just don't see why we would change it. And especially making the minimal changes that are being suggested, I'd much prefer that money go to roll over to next year to actually help the students that are going to be losing funding and having further challenges. So, to change the name for 2 baccalaureate programs, before we've even had the discussion about how we as a board want to expand or don't want to expand the baccalaureate program, just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm going to be voting no as well.
Anyone else? Okay. If there's no further discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll just add a brief statement. I think it's clear for my colleagues and those who might vote how they decide to, there's a persistent commitment to this college's mission. This vote does not change that. To the point Trustee Cheban made, we have more tools in our toolkits. And to the Houston public, I think it's essential to understand This is a further affirmation of hopefully what Houston Community College's promise to this community has been and will be going forward. So I think it's vital that we understand that this change takes into account the commitments we've made to students, promoting student scholarship through programs such as Reconnect Houston that we've approved for our next year's fiscal budget, and to better position the college, hopefully, for the long haul, being known, if this board sees it fit, as Houston City College. Thank you.
And also, we will always be a junior college. Whatever the name is, we'll still continue being a junior college, even though we're now a community college. But in the state's eyes, we will continue being a junior college. So we just want to make sure that everyone understands that out there. So if there's no further discussion, then we're ready to vote.
And for clarity, the motion is to approve rebranding of Houston Community College to Houston City College.
Correct.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor and 3 opposing.
Thank you. And now, that's it. We are now, board will now adjourn. Have a good evening.
8:25 p.m.
Thank you. I'm looking for that page. Thank you. Y'all go home safely. Enjoy tomorrow. Oh, here it is. Looking for that page.